Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We are ready to start. It's 9:29. Please make sure that your cell phones are off. We don't want cell phones ringing during the session. Thank you so much.
Good morning, Ms. Asim. Good morning, Ms. Killian. Good morning, General.
Morning, Chair. Chair, before we begin with the rest of the evidence continuing from yesterday, we've received a further statement that is relevant for this witness's evidence. You should have it in front of you. It's marked file 10C, and it's also marked CJC 81. So it's handed in as an exhibit.
Oh, it's a file.
It's like this.
Oh, I'm looking for. Thank you, thank you. Yes, we all do see it. Thank you. And has it been shared with?
It's been shared with General Sibiya's legal team, and we only received it late, and we forwarded it on to the legal team at our earliest opportunity.
But I assume we should put it away so long.
That's right. I think that they would need to use the lunch adjournment to go through it. They've not had an opportunity, sufficient opportunity to read.
Do you think you'll be reaching it this afternoon? I'm asking because that will eat into their lunchtime, unless you think you'll be using it this afternoon already.
Can I get back to you on that, Chair?
All right, thank you. Yeah, that will depend on what Ms. Killian says.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning. We did receive it approximately 10 minutes ago. We have had no opportunity apart from just establishing who the deponent is. And we will assess our position during lunchtime. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Killian. Are we ready to start, Ms.
Yes.
Hassan? Thank you.
Thanks, Chair. General, yesterday, just before we adjourned, we had, at least from my side, I had concluded, I think, my questioning on the letter of the 17th of January. But before I move on from that, Chair, if there are any other questions on 17 January letter.
Okay. Is that letter, let me just find out from the general, is that letter what you refer to as the disbandment plan or not really?
Good morning, Chair and Commissioners. I was still trying to figure out whether I need this statement of my statement in front of me. Now, I was looking at this one and say, where's my statement in case any question come?
I think you do.
She was talking, I thought she was still talking to the chair.
Yes.
Now, when the chair asked me a question, I didn't pick it up.
Yes. I think you do need your statement throughout because from time to time, the evidence leader, the commissioners are likely to take you to your statement. So I think it should be somewhere close throughout. And, yes.
And
the letter SS 13 in file 2, General. Is that what you refer to in your statement as the implementation plan?
I just want to get to the letter.
Yes, yes.
Sure.
SS 13.
Chair, this is not what I refer to the implementation plan because this plan was not followed. The one that was followed is the action plan as was submitted by General Kumalo.
All right, let me. I just asked you to have the statement close by, and I don't have mine close by, but I've found it. Page I want to go to.
I also want mine.
Yeah, in a few paragraphs in your statement, let me, for example, take you to paragraph 84. There you refer to the implementation plan and you say it provided as follows, and you list a lot of things there. Which one are you referring to? SS13 or the one that you say was prepared by General Kumalo?
Paragraph 84.
At paragraph 81 as well, you say, consequently, I changed the name on the implementation plan to my own, and on 17 January 2025, I signed the implementation plan. So you refer to that at 81, you refer to that at 84, possibly you refer to it elsewhere as well.
I refer to this one that has got my initials on the body of the. This is the one on 80. Is SS13.
That's SS13.
13.
So anywhere where you refer to the implementation plan in your statement, you are referring to SS13.
That is correct, Chair.
All right, all right. So before you step off the letter then, if it is the implementation plan, I would like to deal with some aspect of that implementation plan.
Absolutely, Chair.
Yes. Now, General, do you accept that a repository is a place of storage?
That is correct, Chair.
You say that in accordance with the implementation plan, I may just as well call it the disbandment plan, that dockets were to be stored in a repository that was to be established by General Sintumule. Correct?
That is correct, Chair.
Yes. And yesterday you said the plan allowed General Sintumule to establish this repository anywhere in the country, meaning it could be at head office or anywhere else in the country, correct?
That is correct, Chair.
It is only logical then that for as long as the dockets were stored in the repository, detectives could not access them as and when they wanted to, correct?
May I understand the question again, Chair?
It is only logical that for as long as dockets were in the repository, detectives could not access them as and when they wanted to. Is that correct?
It is correct, Chair.
Yes. That must mean during the period of storage, however short or long, investigations would be halted, correct?
It is correct, Chair.
In paragraph 84.2 of your statement, you say that the disbandment plan outlined measures to ensure that investigations would not be disrupted, correct?
Correct, Chair.
Do you accept that this was meaningless because storage of the dockets automatically meant that investigations had to come to a halt? Put differently, disruption of investigations was inevitable. Do you accept that?
No, Chair.
Yes, please explain.
Chair, considering the fact that these dockets were not meant to be withdrawn and be stored, and nothing should happen any further. It was meant for the handing over, and when the handing over is happening, that those dockets that are in the process of being handed over are kept in a safe space where no one can say, I don't know what happened to that docket or that docket. Now, as General Sintumula said, they were meant to be in transit back to KZN without any waste of time. They were meant to go back. Now, I'm giving this example in a sense that when we conduct an inspection, we are able to call for a docket. We're doing docket inspection. For that week, the officials from head office are at a particular province. They are doing docket inspection. In other words, when they do docket inspection is when they come and the docket are being put in front of them and they go through the dockets. At that point in time, the investigation is halted, and because dockets are being inspected or audited. The idea here was just to make sure that nothing falls in between the cracks, and it doesn't happen that we don't know where's the other docket, but also to account, proper account of the docket in such a way that when you receive a docket, you go through the docket, you make sure that as you inspect what you are being given and you read the investigation diary, you can account for each and every statement that is, according to the diary, should be in the docket, in such a way that you don't find yourself now being given a docket that you think this docket was actually fully investigated. In the meantime, some statements are missing, and this is what was found to be the case. So that is why you have to, I had to say, just make sure that whilst these dockets are in your hands, they are safely stored where they need to be safe.
General, you've already accepted, and I deliberately made you say correct all the way down. You have already said that it is correct that during the time of storage, detectives would not have access to the dockets.
It is correct.
Is that correct? Now, if that be so, that must result in disruption, however long or short. It must result in disruption of the investigative process. Not so?
It is correct, Chair. It is so. Unfortunately, It is part of the process.
It must be so. Now, did you at the time of putting together your implementation plan know how long it would take between the time of the storage and the time of the return of the dockets? Did you have any idea at that stage?
We had an idea, and the idea was that it must move from this signature to this signature and be redistributed immediately, not for the docket to be stored.
But did you have any idea how long the process would take? Bear in mind, we are talking 121 dockets. Did you have any idea how long the process would take? At the time?
The process could take 3 days to a week, Chair, because this is what we do every day, inspection of dockets. And when you give me now 120 dockets to inspect, I can inspect the 120 dockets in 3 days or in 2 days. That is doable. And then for the dockets then to be sent back to KZN or as it was intended to be.
General, you say you do inspections of dockets every day. You have never called for 181 dockets at the same time for inspections, have you? Remember a few answers back, you said that I can call for a docket to inspect it. You have, I would imagine you have never called for 121 dockets for inspection, all at the same time, have you?
I want to respond to the chair. Let's take it that, Chair, when I say I mean my team. Now, they have inspected more than, remember, Chair, there's a person who will have 200 dockets or 300 dockets to inspect. So we have called more than 121 dockets before to inspect. When we go out there inspecting docket, there are people who's got 600 dockets on hand, 500 dockets on hand. And as we normally send team out to go and inspect, these are the dockets they're inspecting on a daily basis. So it does not necessarily mean that when I inspect 400 dockets, it means that I say I will complete the whole 400 today. But as I'm here, because we sign them for them to be there, and they will be there for 3 weeks sometimes, inspecting dockets per provinces.
But the crucial thing, though, is your admission that during the time of storage, investigations would be disrupted. You've accepted that.
I do.
Thank you. That's all that I wanted to establish. I'm going to move to a second point, which I also think would have disrupted investigations. Now, you say in paragraph 84.3.8, PKTT members would be reassigned to other units within SAPS in consultation with General Sintumule. I understand that to mean, you'll correct me if I'm wrong, I understand that to mean that they would no longer necessarily be allocated the dockets that they were investigating within the PKTT, correct?
That is correct, Chair.
So that must mean that new investigators would now be assigned to those dockets, or new detectives, correct?
It may mean that, but on the other hand, Chair, when we're talking about court-going cases.
No. Let's leave out court-going cases. Let's talk about those that still require the investigation before they go to court.
They will be reassigned.
They would be reassigned.
That is correct, Chair.
Do you accept that a new detective would first have to take time to get used to the content of the docket before they actually start investigating? Is that correct?
It is correct, Chair.
And some of the dockets could easily not have been as flimsy as that, but quite thick and complex in terms of content, correct?
It is correct, Chair.
So it would have taken quite a bit of time for a new detective to acclimatize themselves with the content of the docket. And indeed, not just the content, also broadly what the investigation was about, correct?
It is correct, Chair. However, Chair, I just want to say the three questions that the Chair asked, I said, and I kept them short to say correct.
Because you had to.
But there is explanation to that, Chair.
I haven't once stopped you from giving explanations.
No, I'm trying not to. I've been advised to keep it short and respond to the Chair immediately.
Let me ask the question again. I'm saying some dockets, I'm sure, would have been quite complex in terms of content and in terms of the investigation required. And that would have taken the detective quite some time to get used to that content and to know what next steps to take in the investigative process. Is that correct?
No, Chair.
Yes, what is correct?
Why I'm saying no, Chair, is that in the police, we lose members every day, every month, in terms of the attrition, natural attrition. It is a standard practice. It is a well-known fact that members get transferred. Members, some of them, they leave their dockets because they are assigned to the task teams, and you will have number of dockets. It's just like when you just get appointed today, they load with 120 dockets. Or what will happen, Chair, is that to get the first docket, you read the A1. A1 statement is the complainant statement. They give you the whole background of the case. Now you see the case. And then after that, on A1, then you can see what was the directive of the commander in red pen, and then other statements that were attached. So it's a normal practice, Chair, that is not really. It is unfortunate, the system and how the system is built and how it works. It does not necessarily mean that only the PKTT. And the last example that I'm going to give the Chair is this one. Remember, Chair, in December, they took the dockets that were being investigated by a team from head office. They took all those dockets, the PKTT, they took all those dockets, and themselves, they didn't consider the fact that what they expected to have been done in their own docket. They didn't consider having to speak to the stakeholders or going through those dockets themselves. They even returned them without having written any instruction on them or having done anything on them. So what I'm saying is that it is a standard practice. It may be some of the weaknesses within the system, but it is exactly like at court, in the prosecutor. There are instances where, for instance, the prosecutor is running with a case. All of a sudden, either the prosecutor dies or transferred or feel that I'm conflicted, and this docket now get allocated to a new prosecutor, and it happens on a daily basis, Chair.
General, unfortunately, that does not answer my question.
Okay.
All it does is to say that this happens, and then you have to bring in a new detective. That's not what, and then the new detective has to then look at the content. Doesn't answer my question. My question is, when you bring in that new detective, even in the circumstances that you describe, which are that this happens all the time, when you bring in that detective, they have to get used to the content of the docket. And if the content is complex and what needs to be done by way of an investigative process is also complex, that new investigator will take a bit of time to get used to that docket and also to know what needs to be done. Even in the circumstances that you refer to, which you say happen all the time, surely that must be the position. You can't walk in and within 2 hours you know what you need to do, not in respect of a complex docket and complex investigation. This is only logical. Do you agree?
I fully agree.
Yes. Now, do you agree that these two, in addition to the earlier disruption which you have accepted, do you agree that these two would be disruptive to the investigative process? The fact that in circumstances where you already had PKTT investigators, you halt everything and you bring in new investigators, that too was going to be disruptive to the investigative process.
It is
That is
true.
correct.
Yes.
So again, I make my earlier point that your 84.2 was meaningless. Disruption was simply inevitable. You must agree, based on the other agreements you've already given. It must simply be so, correct?
I choose not to agree with the Chair on this one.
Yes.
Chair, in any normal process of exchange or handing over, or this outline measures necessary to ensure that ongoing investigations were not disrupted. At least it should be a plus on my side, Chair, from the Chair, to say I agree with you and you did very well here, and dealt with transitional arrangement relating to the disbandment of the PKTT. In other ways, I'm trying to at all times be mindful that we shouldn't lose the fact that docket must be attended to.
Okay, perhaps let me leave out the meaningless because it seems that disturbs you. Let me leave it at the two concessions you have already made, which is The storage of the dockets would result in disruption. The change of investigators would result in disruption. I will leave it at that. Thank you, General.
Thank you, Chair.
Sorry, can I ask two questions? General, I'm worried that you have contradicted yourself or I misunderstood you. Remember on the first day when you came here, I asked you a question. Was your instruction to General Kumalo that the PKTT dockets must be transferred to the detective? And that was, your answer was yes. Do you remember that?
I do.
Yes. So there was no instruction that General Sentumule must go to KZN and simply inspect dockets. Do you accept that?
I do.
The instruction was that they must be taken away from PKTT and be given to detective and forensic services, correct?
That is correct.
Yes. So when you now say to the chair, all that needed to happen was that they needed to go to KZN and simply inspect the dockets and not bring them to Pretoria. That was not the instruction that you gave. Unless you can show us in the documents that are in our possession where your instruction was clear that the dockets are not to leave KZN. Are you able to show us a document that you have penned or written that says the dockets are not to leave KZN?
Just to quickly answer on saying, no, there is no such an instruction where say the dockets are not to leave KZN.
Now pause there. Where is General Sentumule based? Where is her office?
She's based at head office.
In?
Head office.
In
Pretoria.
In Pretoria. So if dockets are to be transferred to her, where would they naturally go?
The same applies to General Kumalo. Is at
No,
head
I'm
office.
not asking about General Kumalo. I'm saying if PKTT dockets are to be transferred to General Sentumule, who is based in Pretoria, where would they naturally go?
Where they will naturally go is to go to the Deputy Provincial Commissioner Crime Detection in KZN.
But General Sentumule is not in KZN. You have just said yourself that dockets were to be transferred to General Sentumule. That was your instruction.
You see, in all fairness, Chair, in all fairness, what under normal circumstances should have happened was for General Sentumule and General Kumalo to fly down to KZN, do the handing over among themselves, and for General Sentumule to hand over the dockets to the provincial commissioner or to the deputy provincial commissioner responsible for crime detection, under whose command murder and robbery unit falls. She didn't, and she's not the one basically who also brought the dockets to head office. They were brought by crime intelligence by General Kumalo himself to head office.
No, General. General Sentumule and Brigadier Khopoditata went to KZN. We've had that evidence already. My simple question is this. Is there an instruction by you that General Sentumule must hand those dockets to the provincial detective services?
May I correct the commissioner? The files were brought by a Colonel Kumalo from KZN to General Kumalo, the project coordinator at head office. This was not supposed to be the case. So General Sentumule never went to KZN.
General, remember my question was, can you show us your instruction? Remember in SAPS we work with instructions. So they report to you, you give them instructions. And you've accepted that your instruction was that General Kumalo must hand over the dockets to General Sentumule. Now you are saying to us, General Sentumule should have handed them to the head of the detectives in the province. That's what you say.
That
Can
is
you
correct.
show us your instruction where you say to General Sintumule she must hand them to the head of provincial detectives? It either exists or it doesn't.
No,
and
no.
if it exists, can you please show it to us?
Commissioner, in a normal working environment, I understand I'm now in the commission or before the commission. Just like when I'm in court, then when maybe the prosecutor or the magistrate or the judge will say, show us this. But what happened is that General Sintumule called General Mkopozi to say, now we need to take over this docket. And then General Mkopozi said, you must please speak to the PC before I sign for this docket. That's when General Sintumule called the PC. And the PC said, Mina, I don't want this docket here. That's how it happened.
So can we leave it at there is no such instruction?
It's fine.
Because it's either there or it's not. General, either the instruction exists or it doesn't exist.
The instruction that the docket must not leave KZN.
Yes.
I just want to understand that question.
Yes.
For the docket to be brought to KZN,
General, the instruction exists or it doesn't exist.
it doesn't exist.
Yes, thank you.
Chair, may I raise,
Yes, General.
may I raise a concern?
Yes, General.
You know, Chair, there's no wrongdoing whatsoever that happened in the process. But the way I am being pushed into a certain corner that says, is there an instruction that says the docket must go to head office or not? I've never given such an instruction. It never happened that I said, take the docket from head office to now. General, it was planned maybe. They decided to take the docket themselves to head office. Now it is on my shoulder, and I'm the one who must now bear responsibility why they left KZN to head office, when in fact I did not give such instruction. That's the only concern I wanted to raise, Chair.
Thank you, General. We will assess the testimony at the appropriate stage and see what we think happened or did not happen. Thank you, General.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. On this same topic, the letter we were going to move to may make this discussion even more clear. Could I ask you, General, to have a look at your letter of the 4th of February, and that's SS17.
SS17.
It's in-
Ms. Hassan, can I just check something? You're not starting a new topic. Okay.
I've got SS17.
It's still related to the dockets and the implementation, Commissioner Beloy. So SS17 is this letter from you to the Divisional Commissioner, Detective and Forensic Services. Did you give this instruction, was this letter sent, this instruction issued at your own instance, or was this from the National Commissioner?
This was from me.
Yes, but what made you do this? Was it because you had been instructed by the National Commissioner, or were you acting on your own?
I've never acted on my own other than this is part of the implementation of the decision that has already been taken. Now, having been assigned to conduct a particular exercise, I don't always have to receive a letter from the National Commissioner. This was now my own instance following up or giving orders in terms of what needs to happen.
Okay, so this was at your own instance, this letter?
That is correct.
And if you see paragraph 5 of this letter, you direct the Divisional Commissioner, Detective and Forensic Services, which is General Sentumule, correct?
That is correct?
You direct her to engage with General Khumalo, correct?
Correct?
With a view to do a proper handing over. Do you see that? And,
That is correct?
and then you say what that handover should include. And in paragraph 5.3, you say all cases or projects, documentation relevant to the political killings task team. So it's clear from this letter that you're saying to her that she should engage with General Khumalo to hand over to you all cases or projects, comma, documentation relevant to the political killings task team. And then just to be complete, you say in the concluding paragraph that she's required to ensure that this is done within 7 days. So what I'm saying to you is that contrary to to what you're saying now, that there was no instruction to do it, there does appear to be an instruction for the dockets, amongst other things, because it says cases or projects, documentation, all material, electronic recordings, all evidential material to be handed over.
That's the instruction.
That is the instruction.
Yes.
You agree?
Yes.
So it's clear then that General Sentumule was going to take possession of the dockets and all of the evidentiary material.
That's correct.
Okay. And that's at your instruction.
Yes.
Thank you.
May I clarify something?
Yes.
But taking possession by General Sentumule doesn't physically mean that she's the one who's going to go there, get the docket, get everything, put in the car and bring to head office. It means that now it is under her direct control.
Well, I agree with you. It doesn't say that she should go and collect it. What you say is that she should engage with General Khumalo to hand it over to her.
That's correct.
Right. And she is, as Commissioner Khumalo put to you, and you've accepted, is based in Pretoria. So the only place where she could receive it is Pretoria.
No.
You say no.
Yes.
How else would she receive it then?
If the PKTT is based in Durban and it is about the work in KZN, simplest thing to do was General Sentumule and General Khumalo to fly down to KZN, meet, even if they went with a team, meet, do the handing over in KZN, and then they fly back, it is done.
I don't understand how that would work in practice. Where would the dockets go?
Exactly what I directed to say, let them go to murder and robbery unit.
Where?
No, you said to a repository, please. I'm sorry, Mr. Sim. You said to a repository to be established by General Sentumule. I'm sorry, Mr. Sim. And you also agreed that that could have been Pretoria. You may continue, Mr. Sim.
Thank you, Chair. Just to, your message and your instruction has been consistent in all of these implementation, your SS13, the 4 February letter. Let me take you to one more letter then. It's SS21. It's a letter 22 April.
I've got it, Chair.
So I think that this makes it, the interpretation that we are proposing to you is made abundantly clear here. If you look in paragraph 2 of this letter, the last sentence says, okay, let me read the whole paragraph. In compliance with the directive of the Minister of Police on 31 December 2024 and subsequent directives on the matter, you are advised that this process should be finalized by Thursday, 24 April 2024. This includes the transfer of all dockets closed, currently under investigation, and in court to the Division Detective and Forensic Services. There's nothing ambiguous about this directive.
I agree.
All of this was to be transferred to General Sintumule.
That is correct.
So do you still stand by that interpretation that you're trying to contend for today, that it was not that it should be given to General Sintumule to be held in one repository, but that she should rather have gone to KZN to inspect the dockets?
You see, Chair, I think we're talking one and the same thing, in a sense that when I say do a handing over, get the dockets, make sure that as you do your handing over, and whatever exhibit, whatever that is there that goes with this docket, make sure that they are kept safe in a repository. It's a logical, formal way of doing a handing over, in such a way that you don't lose any material or you don't lose any exhibit, and that you can account for every exhibit that goes with a particular docket. It was just a precautionary measure that says, make sure that these dockets, all of them, if there are any exhibits anywhere, make sure that they are also kept safe. And there's no any other way it could have been done other than to say, if I am to say, you are the Divisional Commissioner of Crime Intelligence, and you are also doing investigations that falls under Murder and Robbery Unit. Take those dockets to Murder and Robbery Unit. Now, in between the process, let us make sure that we don't lose exhibit, we don't lose docket, and we don't have any docket failing to go to court because of the process. It's just a simple administrative process.
Yes, but you see, the difference between what you're saying now and what you say in this letter is that you don't say in this letter that the dockets should go to murder and robbery. You say the transfer of all dockets closed, currently under investigation, and in court must go to Division, Detective and Forensic Services.
Murder and robbery
yes.
falls under that.
So you're saying what you actually meant was that it should go to murder and robbery?
Yes.
That's what you meant when you wrote this?
That is General Sintumule.
General Sintumule has given evidence to this commission and testified that she was placed under pressure to collect the dockets, placed under pressure from you to take possession of the dockets. What's your response to that?
I would agree.
Okay. And General Khumalo has also testified and speaks specifically to this period after the 4th of February, the letter. And he said that between 4 Feb and particularly after 4 Feb, he said it was during that period that the Divisional Commission, that General Sintumule was pressing him to hand over the dockets to her. So you agreed that her understanding was that she must take possession of it.
Can I explain something, Chair? Please do take into account the fact that there was already a presentation made in Parliament and an action plan was made by General Khumalo himself that says this is the action plan, this is what we are going to do.
It wasn't yet. There was no such thing at this point in February. This period between, I said, after the 4 February letter.
No, we are in the 22nd of April now.
Now, I was referring you to the pressure that was being applied on General Sentumule in February to take, as you agreed, to take possession of the documents, of the dockets.
I just feel that I'm being punished for being effective, in a sense that if I try to say, let us move and let us make sure that we don't keep things lying around, let this handing over be finalized, it's a problem because now someone was being pressured into bringing the docket, and which is, we were working within the official instruction coming from the minister to the national commissioner to us. And we are at all material times complying with the national commissioner's instruction to make sure that we push the handing over process.
So now you're saying it was the national commissioner who gave the instruction to push this process? Because earlier when I asked you about these letters, you said, no, this was your responsibility. You took initiative on this.
But the letter or the email that was written to me on the 3rd of January was directing me to get involved, communicate the minister's directive to the relevant team, and then the subsequent meetings that happened, that took place. Those subsequent meetings were in relation to the disbandment itself and making sure that the minister's instruction is adhered to. And that was what was happening. Now, everything was happening in the normal course of duty, in the same spirit of we are complying with the instructions. So I was, even if I was acting myself, acting whatever letter that I wrote, it was still within the instruction that I received to say this is where we are going.
But you agree then? I mean, I think what you're saying is, no, you did not give this instruction that it should be transferred to the head office. And what did you do then when it was transferred to the head office?
General Sentumule informed me that General Kumalo came, brought the docket, and then she put a team together to do a handing over. And then that's when I started saying, hey, let now this docket. This when I wrote this letter that says now, because I didn't want it to waste time. I said, let it go, let this process be finalized within 7 days. Because I was trying to shorten even the date, the time in between, to say this docket must now reach where they must be investigated within a very short space of time. Now you can see that time, for me, time was of essence. And so that we do this process and finalize it without any delay, further disrupting the further investigation of the docket.
That's not quite what is said in your letter of 22 April, because it says you're calling for the transfer of all dockets, again, closed, currently under investigation and in court, to General Sentumule. That's what you're calling for?
Yes. Yes. Yes.
Yes. So the point is, if the dockets are with General Sentumule and all of the evidence with General Sentumule, they're not being investigated. They're in a repository.
That is not correct.
And that's in fact what happened.
No, it's not what was supposed to happen. We are doing this ignoring or leaving out the fact that what caused this docket being kept at head office for a particular period of time. Had it not been the fact that General Mkhwanazi rejected the docket, we wouldn't be sitting here.
Which, can you just be specific? When he rejected the dockets, when?
When immediately after these dockets, there was a handing over. And they then called him and said, we are bringing the dockets. And he rejected them. That is the beginning of the problem.
You mean after they were taken to the head office?
Yes.
Okay, and we will come there. For now, what I'm trying to establish with you is that your instructions are repeatedly deliver all of the evidence in these cases under the control of the PKTT, deliver it to General Sentumule.
Let's not use the word deliver it to General Sintumo.
Oh, transfer, sorry, you use the word transfer.
Yes. Transfer to General Sintumule. This thing is very simple, Chair. If this authority is no longer with this minister but must go to this other minister. Now, what happened is that the docket that were under General Kumalo must be under General Sintumule. It's just a word of mouth, and the docket has been taken to now the murder and robbery unit. It's not something that is really should be complicated or take too long or affect any service delivery, even though there was that in between this delay, service delivery was, of course, affected. But within the short period that I specifically gave, it was not supposed to be a major interruption or an interruption at all, because a week or 7 days should not be regarded as an interruption, because it does happen that a docket goes by for more than a week without being investigated.
Have you had any experience in disbanding a task team?
Yes.
And have you previously removed dockets from a task team and distributed it?
Not necessarily, because they didn't need me specifically. And there was never such an outcry for a task team to be disbanded, because it is just a task team. For it to be disbanded is just a word of either is done in writing, and then the members come back, the local continue with the investigation. So it's not something major, something huge, something big. Not at all.
Right. I wasn't asking about whether there was an outcry. I'm asking about the removal of dockets from a task team and reallocating them to other investigators. We were talking about 121 dockets. They were quite voluminous, those dockets.
But it's a small number. 121 dockets is a very small number. I'm sitting with more than 6,000 people who are carrying between 200 and 500 dockets.
So you say it could have been done quickly, but the inspection, and you referred earlier to the inspection that was done by General Motsepe. General Motsepe says that the time it took just to do an inspection was from 19 May to 30 May. That's the time period doing the inspection. Do you recall that?
I don't, but I'll take it.
And I mean, and you would agree that there's a difference between inspection and investigation, correct?
Yes.
So in that period of time, all they were doing was...
Was your answer yes, General? You whispered.
It is a yes, Chair. I'm
Thank
sorry.
you. Thank you.
And in that period of time, the inspection, according to, in fact, if I'll just refer you to what General Motsepe said, it might be easier.
Paragraph 20 of her statement.
Thank you, Commissioner Kumalo. That's quite right. It's paragraph 20. First of all, let me tell you which file it's at. File 4 of 10.
File 4 of 10. I'm on it, Chair.
Paragraph 20, she says, I instructed my team to conduct an analysis of the dockets and to prepare a detailed report on their findings. This exercise commenced on 19 May 2025 until 30 May 2025.
Paragraph 20, I'm at paragraph 20. It says prior to the meeting of 6 March. Is it the one?
Are you on page 251?
251. Call it. Paragraph 20. Must I read it?
Yes, it's just, I'm just referring you to where General Motsepe says the inspection exercise commenced on 19 May 2025 until 30 May 2025. Okay? So that's 11 days just to do an inspection report. No investigation could be done while the inspection was taking place, right?
Yes.
And what was your expectation then once the inspection was done? What was to be done with it? Did you give any further instruction?
Before I respond to the Chair, the 11 days that we're talking about that took to do the inspection, there's nothing untoward in that period in doing the inspection. It's part of attending to the docket themselves. It is work on its own. The inspection of the docket, and it takes that period, which means the dockets are receiving attention.
Yes, you see, you said there's nothing complicated in this. It could have been done. You gave an instruction that the whole process must be done within 7 days, meaning it must be back with investigators, right?
The docket,
Yes,
yeah,
it must go-
after they receive them for the dockets, yes.
Yes. And what I'm saying is that just the inspection process alone took 11 days.
Yes.
So it wasn't quite as simple as, well, it can all be inspected, assessed, determined which station or which murder and robbery unit these should go to within 7 days. That was impossible.
It is possible, Chair, in this sense. In this sense, the team is doing inspection, but ensure that this whole process is finalized of handing over and everybody, whatever that needed to be done is done within these 7 days. I don't necessarily mean that it's very difficult to conduct an inspection. I don't know how they go to 9 days, whether how many people were involved.
11, not 9. 11, not 9.
Yes, Chair. But what I mean is that, Chair, sometimes when we conduct investigation or let's say inspection, I can be alone, sit here as a commander doing an inspection, but we can be 4. There can be 4 of us or 5 of us, and then we share this docket. Then it can be done within a day or 2. So if it's done within 11 days, it means that maybe 1 or 2 officials were the ones now doing these inspections. I don't know how they did it. that led them to take in 9 days. But what is very much crucial to note, Chair, that I
General,
always...
It was 8 people.
It was 8
people.
Yes,
You
yes.
see that in paragraph 28 of the same statement.
I know it was 8 people, Chair, but it does not necessarily mean that all of them were actually going through the dockets. But what is very much crucial in this regard is the fact that we are talking about dormant cases here that were not being attended to by themselves. So it's not like the 10 days that we spent versus the 3-4 years they never attended to those dockets.
That's, General, whether or not what you're claiming is correct or not, and we can get there, you didn't know that at this point in time in any event.
Yes.
You didn't know that.
Yes.
What you claimed now, that in fact there was no work being done on these dockets.
I've demonstrated
And-
it already.
You did not know that in February. You did not know that in March. You did not know that in April.
I did.
How did you come to know that?
Remember that the docket came, and there was a comment made that they gave us dockets that are actually not, that haven't been attended in a long time. And
Where
then-
was that comment?
Come again?
Where was that comment?
Where was that comment?
Yes.
It won't be in writing.
Oh,
But the docket were handed over on they were collected from KZN, I think on the 27th by a Colonel Kumalo from PKTT to General Kumalo, who handed it over to General Sintumula the 28th of March. Now, from the 28th of March, General Sintumula already indicated to me that we've received 118 dockets. Now, those 118 dockets, the team is after, she says, I've instructed the team to just conduct an inspection on those dockets so that we must check under, let's say, what circumstances or under, or let's say, for instance, how far were they investigators, those dockets. So it is the normal course of duty or how we do it when you do a handing over. You've got to be able to know that this docket, I found it under this condition. This is how it was. Now, they said this docket, if you can look at it, many of these dockets are not political related cases.
who said that?
General Sintumula
And
and
when did
General
she say
Motsepe.
that? And when?
It was after the handing over.
How long after?
It's not a difficult question. It's just that I'm listening to this question, how long after? I mean,
I asked you a question because you said, look, the fact that it took so long and the inspection, it takes whatever it is, that period of time, you anticipated me where I'm going, I think. You tried to anticipate my question by saying, you know, there was no work being done on these dockets in any event. So what does it matter if an inspection period was 11 days, which is a long time?
to me, I was given the inspection report that demonstrated that these dockets are very old cases.
When were you given that inspection report?
Unfortunately, at this point in time, Chair, I'm sure Chair, I've mentioned it before. I'm not in office. I don't have gadget. I don't have anything that can remind me or assist me to remember anything, everything. But the bottom line is that I do have the report. And this report I read. And what I unfortunately even failed to do as I was reading that report was to also say which ones are political, which ones are not political related. And
Just an approximation, then perhaps, General, it was it was May, it was April, it was June.
And to be clear, you're referring to the inspection report,
inspection report.
by General Motsepe.
By the team,
Led by General Motsepe, because you've referred to the
Chair,
Motsepe report.
can we refer to the letter that was a report that was drafted by General Motsepe, because it contains the date?
Let me help you, General. General Motsepe says in paragraph 24 of her statement, thereafter, on or about 6 June 2025, I compiled a draft unsigned report in the form of an executive summary of the inspection exercise undertaken. The purpose of the draft report was to motivate for a budget allocation for these dockets to be investigated and to get direction from General Sibia and General Sintumul.
Yes, so when is the date?
The date is on or about 6 June
6 June.
is when she compiled the draft report.
Yes.
So then she says on 7 June, let me just read it to you. On 7 June, I met General Sibia and Sintumule to give them feedback about our intention and readiness to go to KZN and Eastern Cape to start the investigation of these 121 dockets. So it was on 7 June that she met with you. I assume that she would have given you the draft report then.
It's not the report I'm talking about. It's not the report I'm talking about. I'm talking the one that starts on the 3rd of, we call it the Motsepe report. That's what I want to check. We do have it.
So, aren't we able to locate that? So that should mean, General, then it would have been later. If this one was, what's the word she uses?
6
The word,
June.
no, I'm saying the word she uses to describe that one.
Draft.
Draft. So if this one was a draft and its date was about 6 June 2025, so the final, the Motsepe report that you are referring to would obviously have been later than the 6th of June, I would imagine.
What I wanted to read out of that Motsepe report, Chair, is because it gives a background. Out of the background, I was going to get the sentence that I think I need. That tells me that this is what happened.
Are we not able to locate the Motsepe report?
It's in file 6, which we just find.
It's 272, General, in file 6. You'll see the bottom page numbering in red, because the top one will say MCM 1A2. I think it's the very first document, if not the second.
I think that's the one, Chair.
Do you have it?
I've got it, Chair.
And what sentence did you want to take us to?
May I read it? May I read on 31st December 2024, the Minister's Office issued an instruction. I will leave this paragraph. And okay, it says, I leave this paragraph. Discussion. On 28 March 2025, at about 10 o'clock, a meeting was held at Head Office Crime Intelligence between the Divisional Commissioner of Crime Intelligence and Lieutenant General Kumalo and the Divisional Commissioner Detective and Forensic Service Lieutenant General Sintumule, and proof of acknowledgement is available. Now, this is now 28 March. A total of 118 dockets under investigation were handed over to Divisional Commissioner of Detective and Forensic Service by Divisional Commissioner of Crime Intelligence. The agreement between both divisional commissioners is that The docket management and administration of the docket will be in 3 phases, namely docket under investigation, docket pending decision from court, docket to which are presently with the former political task team. But now, on 2025-04-23, 3 dockets under investigation from Eastern Cape were handed to the Divisional Commissioner, Lieutenant General Sintumule. And then, during the inspection, I'm now going to 3.2. During the inspection, Captain van der Berg established, according to the subs 5 entries, the last work done on the investigation and instructions given in this specific docket was on 6 January 2024, and the inspection officer was Lieutenant General Kumalo. This docket was investigated together with Mtata. Now this one is on the Namhla matter. But what I wanted to just say is that Lieutenant General, when I read the 3.5, Lieutenant General Kumalo responded by writing information note signed on 2025-05 indicating that in October 2023, the task team commenced with a comprehensive analysis of both case dockets. During this review, it was discovered that the... No, it's okay. It's an irrelevant thing. What I was just trying what I wanted to show here, I thought I would come across where a clear background is provided as to what happened in terms of the timelines.
Okay, so it wasn't of any assistance to you?
Not much.
Okay. So that report, however, was, and I think, yes, this is MCM1, so this is the Motsepe report, which we know, at least the draft, was only ready on 6 June. So you would have only received the report sometime after 6 June, correct?
No. I think when they have done, it was just before they wrote a letter requesting for the budget, I guess, because I remember at that point in time I was still being given the document, the thick document that shows the one that I presented in terms of all the dockets that were inspected and the list of case dockets. So it is around about that time, maybe.
But then to Chair's point, that would be much later because the letter requesting the budget, General Motsepe signs it on the 23rd of June 2025. It's MCM2. It follows that one that you were looking at.
Yeah, let me concede in that regard.
So maybe you can look at it and confirm on page 287, that's her signature. It's 23 June 2025.
Same file as
You were looking at the same document is MCM1. The one that follows it is MCM2. I don't want you to concede things that are not there. So maybe look at it and confirm that that's her signature on 287. It's the same file, file 6.
Yes, this is a signature on the 23rd of June. Yes.
Okay, so that confirms, why don't you finish what you were saying? You're confirming that you only received this report sometime after the 6th of June.
Yes.
Okay, so you had no idea in February or March or April, any time before, what the status of the dockets were, the 121 dockets, the status of investigations. You had no idea because there had been no inspection done.
No, it was been done in between since the receipt. It was been done. Remember, they received it. They received the docket, and the inspection started.
Well, the inspection team has already put the
Commenced.
evidence before us, and they said they started on the 19th It took a team of people. They started on the 19th. They finished on the 30th. They compiled a report. A draft report was done on the 6th of June. At some point after that, you were provided with the report. Right?
Yes.
So to go back to my question, you therefore could not have known what the status of the investigations were of those dockets prior to receiving this report?
Yes.
Okay. So you didn't know what the status of those dockets were in February, March, April, etc., when you were issuing these instructions?
No. It doesn't mean when I say yes, I didn't know because I didn't have the report. But what is important is that, remember, in between this period, Chair, we have management meetings. We're meeting every day. We discuss these things. I know where they are with what. So it does not necessarily mean that the fact that there was no physical finalized report given, I didn't exactly know what was going on in my house. I get updated on a daily basis what is going on. So I knew that we've been given files, and the information that was given to me is that in some files, contents, certain statements have been removed. In some files, like in terms of the number of years, they haven't been attended to. So this, then, to me, I was interested to have that final report then.
Okay, so you wait for the final report. These dockets now have been there since the 28th of March. In all of that time, until it was returned, ultimately, in August, I believe, 2025, you would agree that no investigation was done on those dockets, correct?
I agree, no investigation was done. Chair, may I add, I don't want it to look like I'm just being asked one question and I want to still go to Polokwane and come back. But there was no investigation done, I agree. But had it not been the fact that when the docket was supposed to have been taken same time to KZN, the investigation wouldn't have been stalled.
Okay, so you said you were in constant supervision of your team. What did you do? What did you do before the inspection report? In fact, why did you insist on the inspection report? Why did you not instruct that the dockets go back to KZN? And I'm not saying back to PKTT on your version, to the murder and robbery unit, so that it can go into the hands of investigators.
I think we already passed that stage. I already said that I gave that instruction, and General Sintumula spoke to General Mkwanazi. General Mkwanazi rejected, and then we had to then speak to the National Commissioner, who then said, okay, make a plan. I will attend to it, but make a plan. In the meantime, for the docket now to receive attention, we were not now in a position to send investigators to KZN to just go investigate. To put a task team together. Now we have to take people who are carrying dockets from somewhere and put them together here. And then to say now we have to go to KZN, now we need a budget. And now we have to write to the National Commissioner to say, National Commissioner, the KZN PC doesn't want to accept the docket back. Now what must we do? We are going to appoint a team to go and investigate. Then he advised that, okay, now put together a team so that the work must continue. Then we had to do a budget for the members and the number of teams that we were recommending. It was not our intention to disband a task team and form another task team. But we were now caught up in the middle of a situation where the KZN PC said, no, I don't want this docket in my province. Let them see what they are doing with it. Now, if that is the case, what other options did I have as the head of investigations? Was to make sure that work continues. And for the work to be continued, it needed a budget. And it was sent to the National Commissioner, and it stayed for quite some days. He only signed it after I was suspended, and he signed it and actually said, no, the docket must go back to KZN. That's when the docket went to KZN. Something the National Commissioner could have actually given that instruction a long time ago and say, this docket must go to KZN by tomorrow.
Well, General, I think it's important how you explain things. You say the National Commissioner said to you, well, then make a plan. That's not what he said. That's not the evidence. The evidence and from you, but also from the National Commissioner himself, is that he said General Sibia is the one that ordered that these dockets should be removed. He should see to finish, basically. He must sort this out. So, and that's completely different from the impression that you're now creating, that when General Mkhwanazi refused to accept the docket, the National Commissioner said to you, well, make a plan. It didn't happen. And it's important that you express it accurately. He did not give you instructions to make a plan. Even on your own version, he said to you, he'll see to finish. Let Sibia decide what to do. Isn't that what happened, in fact?
May I respond, Commissioner? It is not true that the National Commissioner said, I hear rumors that the dockets are here at head office. What are the dockets doing here at head office when they must be at the stations as was discussed? It's not what happened. The National Commissioner would not even say that and say, let General Sibia see what to do because he's the one who gave instructions that the docket must come to head office. I've never given that instruction that the docket must come to head office.
I'm not discussing with you now whether or not you gave that instruction. I'm not saying that. I'm saying your characterization of the National Commissioner's response when he was informed or when he came to know that the General Mkhwanazi refuses to accept the dockets. His response was not a commander or a superior to you saying, well, we have a problem, come up with a plan. That's not the evidence that we've had. And that was not your account. When you criticized him, remember in your evidence you criticized how the National Commissioner dealt with this. The account we have from him and from you, at least I thought you agree with that account, that he said, let General Sibia deal with this because he created this.
Not because he created this. He said, let General Sibia use his discretion.
Yes, absolutely.
Yes, he must attend to it.
Let him use his discretion how to deal with this.
Yes.
Yes, thank you.
And that was in a positive way, not in a negative way, because we were with him.
Let me give you my understanding of this, the way it appears, and then you can comment. Is that a very serious disruption with the administration of justice occurred in the handling of these dockets. I think you'd agree with that.
I really don't agree with that, Chair.
I don't understand why, if dockets are not investigated for months, that is interfering with the administration of justice. And I'm not talking about you personally right now, I'm just saying as an objective fact, what happened here was very serious. And it constituted interference with the investigation of active cases.
I fail to reconcile the fact that the evidence leader ignores the fact that these dockets were not being investigated since 2018. For a very long time, they were not. But even
First-
when you even when you compare 3 to 5 years to 3 months, and you find 3 months to be the travesty of justice compared to the 5 months where those dockets were sitting gathering dust somewhere.
General, even if it were true, which there's a different version, let me just say, about whether they were gathering, whether they were being investigated by the PKTT. Even if it were true, that is no answer to what I'm putting to you.
I will simply not agree that there was a travesty of justice by not, for the 3 months period or 5 months period compared to the 5 years period. I still believe that it was also not by our own making or my own making, because let us accept the fact that someone refused to accept it, to receive the docket, or rejected the docket. That part on its own was not a smart move either from the provincial commissioner to reject.
And that's why when I began, I said I'm not assigning responsibility anywhere. I'm just saying from an objective point of view, dockets sitting in head office for that length of time not being investigated is an interference with the administration of justice. And you said you would not agree with that.
From the neutral perspective, I agree with it. From a person who's neutral watching, not apportioning any blame to whoever, I will say it is true. It is correct.
It was very serious interference with the administration of justice.
I do accept that one.
What I would like to next say to you, and this you can comment on, is that if you had not issued, what started this problem is your issuing these instructions for the transfer of all of the dockets to General Sentumule. That's what started this problem.
I don't agree.
I'm saying to you that that is my observation on it, and you're free to disagree with it. Why is it? Why did you instruct that all of the dockets should be transferred, including the court-going dockets, when you knew that that wasn't part of the plan? I mean, that wasn't what was under discussion in your meetings. Why did you instruct that even court-going dockets should be transferred?
Just to remind myself, Chair, may I go to the action plan that was suggested by, starting from what was said in Parliament by General Kumalo, and also the meeting of the 6th, where he came up with the action plan on what must happen.
Yes, certainly, we can go there. It's file 6, and it's HKS2.
File 6.
Page 368.
Advocate Hassim, just check if the action plan he's not referring to is the one in file 2, page 271. Remember, there was the briefing and the action plan.
I thought he referred to the 6th of March.
Yes, it would have been the same, but there's the action plan, which is the steps that needed to be followed. It may be that it also appears in the same document.
It's page 10.
Yeah, it's the same on page 10.
375.
Page 375.
Sorry, Commissioner Kumalo, I need your assistance.
It's
file.
the one he's looking at is the action plan in file 6 on
Oh,
page
it's file
375.
Yes. Okay.
But you will see that it's a much later version. The earlier version that I think he wanted to refer to is the one in file 2 on page 271. Because the one we're looking at now, generally, you see it even has dates of July 2025. Just look at the last item there and the due date, where you were on page 10. You see that the last entry there is for July 2025.
Yes, that's the one that I want to read.
Yes. But this is the much later version because the earlier version had the action plan that you said was presented on the 6th of March.
Chair, let me just have it on the side.
File 2, Advocate Hassim, on page, it has 2 page numbers. The other page number is 271, the other one is 337.
It's 337. Right, it's the
Yes.
same. It's the
Yes.
same.
It's SS 19, I think. SS 18.
Sorry, General, so is this the plan that you wished, is this the document you wanted us to refer to?
That is correct, Chair. Now,
Maybe before you speak to it, General, this plan, who's prepared this plan?
is Crime Intelligence, the project coordinator, General Kumalo.
Okay. And is your evidence and what you're going to be saying that you then started implementing General Kumalo's plan?
Yes.
I see. Okay.
Now, I'm looking specifically at this one action plan on page 10.
On page 10.
Oh, this one, no. I see it's a new one that I'm not aware of because you can see this one, it has got 2025-0704. No, I'm going back to the original one.
Yes, that's why I said don't look at page 10, because page 10 is a much later. That's why it has entries for July. Go to the actual one that was presented in March.
Yes.
That one you find in file 2, it's SS 18.
I've got it, Chair.
Yes.
I've got it, Commissioner. Approval of disbandment plan by Minister of Police on 6/3/2025. And then stakeholder engagement with NPA, including...
Which page are you reading at, General?
I think it's 337.
Yeah. Please let us know where you are reading, and please go by the page numbering top right-hand corner, please, so as to guide us.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
My apologies, Chair.
No need. Thank you.
I'm reading at page 271, the action plan.
No, General. Chair said the right-hand corner, so that would be 337, not the left-hand corner.
337.
Do you see that there are 2 page numbers on that
I
page?
see they are confusing, Chair.
Yes. So look at the one on
and
the right and just
337.
put it on the record.
337. Thank you, General.
Thank you, Chair. This action plan is the one that was presented on the 6th of March to the Minister. That says approval of disbandment plan and the responsible person is the Minister on the 6th of March. This is, in other words, by the 6th of March, this was the due date, set by themselves. Stakeholder engagement with NPA, including prioritization of the 114 cases, National Commissioner on the 17th of March. Approval of the new call-up instruction and financial authority 2025-2026, National Commissioner on the 17th of March. retaining the docket under investigation to the KZN Eastern Cape is the NPKTT Project Manager and Division Commissioner, Detective and Forensic, both of them, 17th of March. Provide progress to the Minister, National Commissioner and Deputy National Commissioner, Crime Detection, and submit the final close-up report, Project Manager, Divisional Commissioner, Detective and Forensic Service, on the 25th of March. And in fact, the very first one didn't even have provide progress to the Minister, National Commissioner, and Deputy National Commissioner. They took me out of that list, the very initial one. And then I think I asked a question to General Sintumul and say, why am I not part of this, but yet I'm the one accounting? Then General Kumalo responded by saying that, no, we thought because we account to you and we are the one doing the job, we won't put you here. But then they put my name, me here as well as the implementation. Now, on the 28th of March, that's when the handing over was done. Now, I realized that they have done the handing over, and now the dockets are here. They must go to where they need to, the work needs to start to be investigated. I accept that. I also then included the court dockets and any other investigation that is running to complete the process of, because I didn't want this thing to prolong of disbandment. It just had to be done if it had to be done. Either we do it or we don't do it. So it had to be done. And that's what happened.
But that wasn't part of the disbandment plan that was discussed on the 6th of March. It did not include cases on the court roll. Isn't that so?
It is correct.
So there was a difference of view between you and General Kumalo and the others who prepared this plan.
Yes.
Yes. So why would you insist that even those on the court roll, that's what I asked you, is why did you insist that those on the court roll should also be transferred? When it wasn't part of the plan, as you agree, you've taken us now to 6th of March. And perhaps, you know, Chair, just to be complete on this point, in the same document, if you turn back a few pages to page 334, the last bullet point.
Are you there, General?
Not.
334.
The last bullet point says the 114 dockets, and then it's broken down, that are on the court roll will remain with the team that will be scaled down. That's the PKTT. That will be scaled down both in KZN and Eastern Cape until the finalization of the prosecution processes. So this was envisaging that those on the court roll would remain with the team until they're finalized. So why did you act on your own and say, despite the plan, even those on the court roll should be transferred?
I didn't act on my own. We were with the minister, together with the National Commissioner, when this plan was presented before the minister. The minister, when it comes to, because there was one where they say retaining the docket under investigation to KZ, and it gave the date, and then there was one that spoke about the court docket. Then the minister said, this is partially, he said, this is partially approved, but I'm concerned about the court cases because they could take 5 to 10 years to come. And as a result, go and revisit this. So the minister, I think, he even testified even on the day, I'm not sure, but there was this, it was not wholly approved by the minister as is. He said, I'm worried about the court cases because they may take 10 years to be finalized, which means the PKTT must still continue for the next 10 years. Now, Commissioners, you must have heard also General Khumalo talking in Parliament saying that it takes, if it took 7 years to establish a task team, it must take 7 years to disestablish task team. It's not how it works. If a task team was established for a particular purpose, to go and extinguish the fire there, once the fire is extinguished, it can be disbanded. You don't need the same number of years. Now, as we speak, in their own version, the cases that were started in 2018, 2019, they said are going to be finalized now in 2025. And they said, all this, in Parliament as they presented, they said that they expect that all the cases will be finalized in 2025. Themselves saying all the cases will be finalized in 2025. To date, I don't think that's the case because it's not how it works at court. So, which means when we say disbandment and then we say the court cases, the team will remain with the court cases for the next period of time. It may be 10 to 15 years to come. Now, as far as I'm concerned, as far as we are concerned, as the detectives, is that if cases are transferred, even the investigating officer who investigated this case can still go with his own investigation. The rules are not strict or hard enough, fast and strict to say that.
General, I think the question, you've gone far away from the question that's been asked of you. You were referred to page 334 of this plan, which you referred us to, the 6th of March presentation to the minister. And 334 says that, that in that last bullet point, that cases that are, or dockets that are on the roll will remain with a team that will be scaled down. So this is on the 6th of March. Your letter of April, so you were in a meeting and you seem to now be, reconciling with this plan on the 6th of March. But that report or that plan on the 6th of March says the matters on the roll or the dockets on the roll will remain with the team. They will not be taken away from the team. But you in April, even an earlier date, but in April, you say all dockets must go to General Sintumule. So your instruction in April contradicts what is contained in 334. So you have to have an explanation. And that's why I asked you earlier, my question, if you remember, I asked you earlier, is your evidence that you then started implementing General Khumalo's, I call it General Khumalo's plan, but I'm speaking to this plan. Is your evidence that, and you say, yes, I started implementing their plan. That's what I was acting on. But that's not what you are doing in April. In April, you give a contrary instruction to what is contained in 334. It's one or the other. You either carried on implementing your plan, which is what SS21, the letter of April, is about. It's your plan. You carried on with that. Because then it doesn't make sense that you would give the instruction you give in April and still say, well, I was implementing their plan. Please explain that.
What I'm explaining, Chair, is that I think it is important to confirm, and I do have it somewhere, I don't know if it's also in my statement, that the minister partially approved this plan, this action plan, not wholly, not as a whole. He raised concerns when it comes to the court docket and say, if you say the court docket will remain with the task team, it shouldn't be the case because it will take too long.
Okay. So can we then agree that in April, when you gave this instruction in April, you were not executing this plan? You were executing a completely different plan as relates, at least for present purposes, as relates to dockets that are going to court. You were not implementing this plan. You were implementing your plan, taking into account what you say the minister expressed concerns about dockets that are going to court. Can we at least agree that?
I want to say, Chair, I was implementing this plan, but I was pushing for completion of this process.
Yes, that's your justification. That's your justification for what you did, that I was pushing. I'm not there. I'm trying to establish a factual inquiry to get an answer to it. It is 334 says the dockets that are on the court roll will remain with the team. That's what it says, 334. That's General Khumalo's plan. Your letter of April says differently. It says even those dockets must go to General Sintumule. Can we agree that it's a fact that comes out of these documents? Forget why you did it. I just want us to agree on the fact.
We do, Chair.
All right, thank you.
And just to add to Commissioner Baloy's point, even the much later plan that was presented to the minister on the 27th of March had the same entry. That's the page 10 you were referring to. On page 372 in 56, it also says court-going cases, all 117 of them. Remember the much later plan, you said this one was partially approved, and in March on the 27th they had to present a new plan to the minister, and you referred us to page 10, page 375 in file 6. Do you remember?
On this, the one on page 10.
Yes, in file 6, remember?
You see, Chair, this one, quite honestly speaking, I see it for the first time.
No, listen to me, General. Later in March, remember there was a plan presented to the minister on the 6th of March.
Correct.
And you say he partially approved it and told them to go back.
And
And on the 27th of March, they revised the plan and they presented it to the minister. And we all know that that's the day when all hell broke loose. But the point being made is that on page 7 of that 10-page document, on 372, that entry remains that the 114 dockets that are on the court roll will remain with the current investigating officers. So just to make it clear, it's not new investigating officers. It's the same investigating officers. And the point Commissioner Baloy is making is that you were not implementing this plan. You were implementing your own plan, because your own plan was that all dockets must come to detective and forensic services. So you can't say you were implementing General Khumalo and General Masemula's action plan, because their action plan did not contemplate court-going dockets being taken from the current investigating officers. And you can read it for yourself. That's what it says. General, it says that. That's what it says. You can have a justification for why you did what you did, but the action plan is clear. And that is Commissioner Baloy's point. So you can't say the action plan was that the dockets were to be taken away from the current investigating officers. That's not what it says.
May I comment on something, Chair, if you allow me? If we listen to General Sintumule yesterday in the recording, and she say, why are they keeping the court dockets? Why must they still keep the same docket and be sleeping in hotels to just remain and keep the court-going docket? What is there to do still? Because it's a court-going docket, investigation is complete. Now, which means the court-going docket, it's a done deal. Whether the investigating officer goes with it or it goes to the next investigator, the bottom line is that it's done. It's not like an investigation that will require. So I understand the process, what the commissioners are saying, that I was implementing my own plan. I was implementing the plan that even the minister raised a concern and said, I'm worried, however, about this thing of the court docket remaining with the team, because which means if the dockets are going to be there for the next 10 years, this instruction is not going to be complied with.
General, can we just agree that you were not implementing the action plan, you were implementing your own plan? Can we just agree on that?
I will agree,
Yes.
Chair.
And at that point, Ms. Hassim,
I'll return to it after the adjournment.
let's adjourn and resume at 22. Let's adjourn.
Thank you, Chair.
All right, we are ready to start. It's 11:40. Please make sure your phones are off. Thank you.
Yes, Ms. Hassim.
General, we were just dealing with the question of your instruction that dockets that are in court should be transferred before we adjourn. Do you recall?
Yes, Commissioners.
And you took us to these disbandment plans, the action plans, right? And I just want to close up on that. The first version of that plan, which is the one that was presented on 6 March, which we looked at, and which is in file 2 at page 334. It says, just to refresh your memory, that the dockets that are on the court roll will remain with the team. That will be scaled down, both in KZN and Eastern Cape, until the finalization of the prosecution processes. That was the plan that the Minister, you said, partially approved.
Yes.
And requested that it be amended and brought back to him, right? Correct?
Yes.
And then at the meeting of 27 March, the revised plan was presented. And that's file 6, and the relevant page for this purpose is page 372. Okay?
Got it.
All right. So in the Minister's statement to the Commission, and let me take you there too, I'm sorry that it's a lot. You can close the first 6 March version of the plan, but if you look at page, file 4,
File 4.
File 4, at page 375.
Here is it. Page
375. Okay.
375.
Yes. So this is the Minister's statement. And what the Minister says is on 6 March 2025, the SAPS prepared and delivered a presentation titled Briefing to the Minister of Police on PKTT Disbandment Plan. This briefing recorded how the SAPS proposed to implement my directive on 31 December 2024. The disbandment plan of 6 March 25, inter alia, recorded as follows. And then he records 184.1 to 184.4. And then he continues, the briefing of 6 March also included a progress report of political killings cases. The content of the disbandment report was similar to what was presented in Parliament on the previous day. I approved the NPKTT disbandment plan, subject to certain amendments and on condition that the disbandment be completed in 2025. Right? You
Yes.
see that?
I just want to check the last one. I approved the plan subject to. Which page is that?
Paragraph 185.
185, okay.
And then he attaches the revised version of the plan as SM27. Okay? And that's the plan that is that we are looking at page 368. It starts on 368. But specifically on 372, you'll see what we discussed just before the adjournment. That the revised plan contains the recording that the 114 dockets that are on the court roll will remain with the current investigating officers. Right? So the minister didn't disapprove. He never said that those court roll, those cases that are on the court roll should be transferred. There's nowhere where the minister gave that instruction. In fact, what he puts up in his statement is the revised plan and has no issue, takes no issue with the 114 dockets that are on the court roll remaining with investigators.
But do we know, Mr. Sim, what the certain amendments that the minister is referring to were?
We don't. The minister never referred to which amendments. All the minister did was say, and here was the revised plan, and the revised plan includes the same requirement as it wouldn't have remained
So
in the next version.
This is a revised plan after the amendments.
After the amendments. So if he had asked that has to be removed, then it wouldn't have been reflected in the revision. So what I'm saying to you, General, is that the minister didn't request that that should be removed.
May I be allowed, Chair, to read this fourth one, because this whole action plan, I haven't come across it, I haven't seen it myself. I've always known the action plan that was submitted a day after the meeting at Parliament. The next morning on the 6th, there was this action plan. This one I haven't seen. So I'm reading it now. But what I see, handing over of the docket under investigation, I'm reading at page 10, it's page 375 action plan, the latest one, Chair, it's file 6 of 10, page 375.
Yes?
It says approval of disbandment plan, Minister of Police, now is 27 March. Stakeholder engagement with NPA, including prioritization of the 114 cases, National Commissioner on 28 March. Approval of the new call-up instruction and financial authority of authority on 2025-2026. National Commissioner 27 March. Handing over the docket under investigation to the Divisional Commissioner Detective and Forensic Project Manager, Divisional Commissioner Detectives on 26th of March 2025. Submit quarterly progress report on both the case under investigation and court-going 114 cases. Minister, National Commissioner, Deputy National Commissioner, Crime Detection, and Deputy National Commissioner, Policing, and the responsible person is Project Manager, Divisional Commissioner, Divisional Commissioner, Detective and Forensic Service on the 4th of July and continuously. So, as far as I'm concerned, the handing over, including the handing over of the court-going docket, it had to be done by the 4th of July and continuously.
That's not what it says here.
What does it say?
It says submit quarterly progress reports. On both cases under investigation and court-going. It's about progress reports on the cases. And there are two individuals who are responsible for this progress report, General Sentumule and General Kamalo.
Yes.
And the same document that you're looking at now, 3 pages earlier, at 372, talks about the court-going dockets. And it says it will remain with the current investigating officers. So what I'm saying to you is, do you accept that this is a correct reflection of what's in this document?
I accept that this is a reflection of what is contained in this document. However, it's not the document that I myself was aware of.
Okay. All right, that's fine. What I'm saying to you is that this, read with the minister's statement, indicates that the minister did not request that the 114 court-going cases must be removed. Do you see that?
Yes.
So your instruction for those dockets that were on the court roll to be transferred to General Sentumule was your own instruction It did not come from the minister, and it did not come from the National Commissioner. Is
Yes,
that
it was my instruction based on my responsibility as the Deputy National Commissioner of Crime Detection.
Yes, but contrary to what this plan says. It was contrary to the plan. You were acting contrary to this plan.
I don't think I was really acting contrary to the plan because it all worked towards disbandment and was handing over the docket, including the court cases.
Okay. Do you accept that your instruction that court-going cases, the court-going dockets must be transferred to head office contradicts bullet point 4 on page 372?
And we fixed, Chair, this thing that my instruction that the docket be transferred to head office. Because that's not instruction that I gave, that the docket be transferred to head office. I said to the Divisional Commissioner Crime Detection.
But General, even that is contrary to the plan, because the plan is that court-going dockets must remain with the PKTT. That's why the minister says, I approve the plan subject to the condition that the disbandment be completed in 2025. So even the minister was happy that the PKTT must continue to exist at least until the end of 2025. And court-going dockets were to remain with the current investigating officers, not to go to a different division. Even the minister says that.
You know why I'm taking time and quiet, Chair? It's like when I juxtapose what is contained in the report, the study that says we need to re-establish the specialized unit, the murder and robbery unit, and to capacitate them and to make sure that we resource them, resource capacity. And then with this instruction that says, all right, investigate, and then the court-going docket must remain there. Now, I'm trying, from my angle, in trying to push the performance of the detectives and capacitating the environments that we are talking about. In my case, to me, it was like all rivers leading into the ocean. I was saying we need to capacitate the murder and robbery unit, because in the murder and robbery unit, you don't have ordinary detectives who are not experienced. And even the same people that were there, they could still be the same people that just taken into the murder and robbery with their dockets.
General, what started this debate was a reference by Ms. Hassim to the transfer of the dockets to head office of Pretoria. But throughout until then, Ms. Hassim has been referring to the transfer of dockets to generals and to Mule. So I think that's what we must understand here to be talking about. And the question is, do you accept that your instruction that all dockets must go to generals and to Mule was at odds with what the plan said, which was, insofar as court-going dockets are concerned, those are not to be transferred to generals and to Mule. That's the simple point Ms. Hassim is making. Do you accept that? That is, you gave an instruction that was at odds with the plan. Whatever the justification.
Out of respect of the Chair, I will accept, but under normal circumstances, Chair, I was not going to accept in this sense, in a sense that...
You must testify in accordance with what you know. The factual position that you know, it doesn't matter who the question comes from. Do you accept that your plan was, or rather, your instruction that all dockets, including dockets in respect of court-going matters, should be transferred to generals and to Mule?
That was Ms. Action, Chair.
Thank you. The answer, Ms. Hassim, is that he accepts that his instruction was at odds with the plan.
Thank you, General. And we can leave it there, because what that confirms then is that you were acting on your own without, not in accordance with instructions from either minister or the National Commissioner.
I was not acting when I was acting in terms of my mandate as the head of detectives.
Okay. Before I leave this topic, there may be some further questions from the commissioners.
I do, General. If you would have in front of you your statement and file 2. And then in file 2, you go to that January 17 letter. It's 2.
File 2. Page.
Yeah. Page what? Commissioner Kumalo says page 205. Yes, that's where you have SS 13.
I've got it, Chair.
Yeah, but what I want to first understand, which is not clear from your statement, when you got so this letter, the disbanding letter, is issued on the 31st. You do say in a statement that it gets sent to you by Brigadier Litoko, I think, and you consider it to come from the office of the National Commissioner.
General Sibula, not Brigadier Litoko, Commissioner.
Okay, but Brigadier Litoko sent you something.
Brigadier Litoko sent me the directive that comes from the National Commissioner that says I must communicate the minister's directive to
Yes,
the relevant team.
that's what I'm referring to. I'm referring to that. That came from Brigadier Litoko. I'm not yet at General Sibula yet. I'm still discussing Litoko. And what you do in your statement, you explain, so if you look at paragraph 71, you say on the 3rd of January, Brigadier Litoko communicated the minister's decision to me and directed you. Paragraph 71. And the copy of the communication from Brigadier Litoko is SS9. I just want you to keep your finger on that. We'll come back to that SS9 because that's really what I want to discuss. But
My apologies, Chair. Page 71.
paragraph, yes, we are in your statement now, page 25, paragraph 71.
Page 25.
Paragraph 71 in your statement.
I've got it, Chair.
Yeah, so that's where you say that you first, this is where Brigadier Litoko sends you. Here's what you say, in fact. Litoko communicated the minister's decision to myself and other officials, right? And then and gave you certain directions. This is what you say. And then if you just page over, and then you say in paragraph 75, the next page, you say on 7 January 2025, your office directed an email to Divisional Commissioner. And I'm just, at this point, I'm still trying to understand the chronology, how things happened. So on the 7th of January, you write to General Kumalo and brought Brigadier Litoko's communication to his attention. And then at 77, you explained the National Commissioner was on leave. That's on the next page. And then at 78, paragraph 77.
The commissioners are running fast, and then
Okay, I'm going to try and...
I'm still starting at 75, trying to read, to understand, so that when I go...
slow me down if you need to. You read 75, and then you can tell me I can move on.
email to the Division Commission Committee. I've read 75.
Okay, go to the next page. And then at 77, and it's not really of significance, but you say the National Commissioner was on leave at the time, and then you say, I called Major General Rabi to assist me with preparing an implementation plan. Okay, do you see where I'm reading?
Yeah, the initial paragraph 77.
Yes, sir.
Yes, to assist me with the preparation of the implementation plan.
Yes, okay. And then you say on 14 January, that is a paragraph 78 now. You say on 14 January, General Rabi sent the implementation plan to Major General Sibula. And then you say in the next sentence, on 16 January, General Sibula sent an implementation plan to me. And then you give us those email addresses. And in 79, you then summarize the sequence. 79.1, you say Rabi sent the implementation plan to General Sibula on 14 January. And then 79.2, you say General Rabi then sent the implementation plan again to General Sibula on 14 January, a different time. And then on 16 January, it's 79.3 in the next page. You say on 16 January at 11:36, General Sibula then sent the implementation plan to Captain Sibongile in your office. And then in paragraph 80, you say General Rabi had cited the author of the implementation plan as a National Commissioner. However, upon discussion with National Commissioner on the said implementation plan, he instructed me to sign it off because in his view, it was an operational matter and it wasn't necessary. Now, when you were testifying to this paragraph 80, you said this instruction from the National Commissioner was on the 14th of January, that you should be the one that signed this implementation plan. You remember that?
I remember, Commissioner.
Okay. And then you say, consequently, I changed the name on implementation plan to my own. On 17 January, I signed the implementation plan, and then you addressed it to General Kumalo. Now, you've given us, and I don't need to get there to refer you to the document. You've given us in file 2, and if you need me to take there, I will do that. What you say is an affidavit of the National Commissioner in your application, where he speaks to you coming in when he was in a meeting with General Sibula. You remember that?
I do.
You don't need me to go there. And there, General Masemula says that was on the 15th of January. You accepted that date?
I accepted.
Okay, that's fine. Now, so you've had 2 discussions with the National Commissioner. The first is on the 14th, and the next one is on the 15th. That's what happened, right?
I'll admit to that.
Okay. Now, you say everything that you did from the letter of the 17th that you sent to General Kumalo, you did it on the basis of an instruction communicated to you by Brigadier Litoko on the 3rd, and that's how, and when communication comes from Brigadier Litoko, you know it's from the National Commission. Remember that evidence of you? Okay. And what do you say was the instruction that was communicated to you? Yes. You may look at paragraph 71 if it will help.
Paragraph 71, on 3 January 2025, Brigadier Toko communicated Minister Mkunu's decision to myself and other officials. This communication directed me, the DNC for Detection, to communicate the deactivation of the PKTT to the relevant teams, implemented the deactivation of the PKTT, and to further submit a close-up report by 14 January 2025 for the National Commissioner's consideration and sign off.
Yes. And it is this instruction that you rely on to say you acted on the National Commissioner's instruction.
That is correct.
Okay. Now let's look at SS9 in file 2. It's at page 199. File 2, remember I said to you, have your statement in file 2 in front of you. Are you there?
I want to go there, but I've got one thing that, as I'm following the commissioner,
Yes.
where the commissioner say on the 14th and the 15th we had that meeting.
You had a discussion
we had a
with the National
discussion.
Commissioner. Yes.
Yes, but what I don't want to leave behind is the fact that on the 16th, I don't want to get off the subject, but I just want to keep this one on the table that says, if the National Commissioner on the 15th said, leave it up to me, but I still get correspondence from the National Commissioner's office on the 16th. So I didn't want to leave that point behind that. Even after that meeting of the 15th, on the 16th, I still got instructions from the National Commissioner. So I can then go to.
Okay. I'm actually not at the 16th, but I accept what you're saying. It will go on record. I'm not going to explore it further. I just want us to go to SS9, but maybe before we do that, still in that same file, we'll come back to this. Let me find my place. Okay, what happens when you're dealing with a lot of people is you lose places. Never mind about that. Let's look at SS9. General.
I've got it.
Yes. Now, that is from Brigadier Letoko on the 3rd of January to Keketsi Sibongile in your office, and this is the instruction that you rely on. Can you just read the second paragraph that starts? In fact, read the subject matter refers. If you can just read the next line and the one after that.
As directed, DNC is requested to accordingly communicate the deactivation to the relevant team.
Okay, that's one instruction that you rely on, yes?
Your office is further requested to submit a close-up report to be submitted on 14 January 2025 for NACOM's consideration and sign off to the minister.
Yes. So when you say that this SS9 instructed you to implement a deactivation plan of the PKTT, where do you get that?
Where I get it from, commissioners, is that there has been several other meetings where this subject came to the fore, or where this matter was ventilated, where discussions or decisions were taken, or directives given. This was the first document that kickstarted the whole thing, but there has been a number of meetings. In those meetings, where we're sitting with the minister, national commissioner, and this point is being discussed, and then we know coming out of that meeting, this is what must happen. So whatever letter that I had to go and write or that I wrote, it's not like I was just now pushing and running alone in my own lane, whilst there has been a series of meetings. Consider the fact that at some point the minister expressed his dissatisfaction or unhappiness.
Yeah, no, don't go to the minister. The minister is in March, the 6th of March. You are far ahead. You have said in your statement and in your testimony that SS9 is the instruction from the National Commissioner on the basis of which you acted. All the steps that you took them on the basis of this instruction. So where the National Commissioner says he doesn't know, you were doing your own thing, he's being honest. You've criticized the National Commissioner because you say, but I got an instruction from his office. And you relied on SS9. And SS9, and you say you prepared an implementation to implement the deactivation of the PKTT, hence your letter of the 17th, you're sending it to General Kumalo, hence your February letter, and hence your April letter. You say it is because you were acting on an instruction SS9. Now, SS9 doesn't call on you to implement the deactivation of the PK, and that's a big issue. It's been a big issue here with previous witnesses, that you went ahead and implemented, gave instructions, this whole debate about moving all these PKTT matters to General Sintumule. Remember, we looked at that letter yesterday, and the first paragraph you say with immediate effect. And you continued to give instructions. You have repeatedly said, I acted on the National Commissioner's instruction. It's communicated to me through the top, which is the normal way in which we communicate. Now, all I'm putting to you, or that I'm discussing with you, is that SS9 doesn't instruct you or even authorize you to implement a deactivation of the PKTT. All it does, on a simple reading of it, it says you must communicate the minister's decision and then to the relevant team, which you do by informing General Kumalo, and then it says submit a close-up report by the 14th of January for the National Commissioner to consider and sign off to the minister. That's all it says. So you could not have been relying on SS9 to implement with immediate effect the deactivation of the PKTT.
May I respond to it, Chair?
Yes.
When we read SS9, can we also take it along with SS10? The very next page, which is page 200. Meaning, all I did...
So which part? There are two emails.
There are two emails.
SS10. Which one do you want us? Because the first one, the bottom one is a repeat of SS9.
No.
And then the top one from Afinand. Which one do you want us to look at? And which one are you speaking to?
The one of SS10.
Yes, I'm saying, sorry, I don't mean to interrupt you rudely. I just want clarification. There are two emails on SS10 at page 200. Which one do you want us to take into account when we read SS9?
What I want to demonstrate here, Chair, with respect, is that here is an instruction that comes from the National Commissioner that says, as the DNC is requested to accordingly communicate the deactivation to the relevant team. Now, the same email, and this was on the 3rd of January 2025, 1407. Now, the same email was sent now on the 7th of January 2025, 11:22. From Colonel Afinand, and then Colonel Afinand is in my office.
Yes.
And addressed the National Commission on Crime Intelligence, Kumalo. And now, what I want to refer to these things that I'm now forwarding the same instruction from the National Commissioner's Office, same instruction to the Divisional Commissioner. I'm communicating that what the National Commissioner says, I want you to do the following. The same email.
What did the National Commissioner say he wants you to do? That's really my discussion with you, General. You just tell us, what did the National Commissioner say he wants you to do as through Brigadier Toko? What did he say he wants you to do on the 3rd of January?
To communicate the deactivation,
Yes.
to the relevant team.
Yes.
And that's how I understand it, the deactivation.
To communicate it.
To the team.
Yes.
In other words, inform the team.
Yes.
That now we are embarking on a different road trip. We are now deactivating.
Yes.
Now communicate this to the team.
Yes.
Now I take the same instruction to General Kumalo in the same, as you can see, it is in the same page, Commissioner. Now say the DNC crime detection has directed that the trailing email be forwarded for your attention and the closing report was signed off by the 13th January 2025, please. In our National Commissioner, because he was coming back on the 14th of January, he wanted me to come and brief him on the 15th of January. So in my case, I had to be ready by the 13th, so that when he comes, I already have the report, and I've discussed it. Then the next morning, I presented to the National Commissioner. What I wanted to say was that I didn't just out of my own act. Something triggered and directed me to act, and I acted as per the directive from the Office of the National Commissioner to the relevant team. That's what I did.
Yeah. General, you said in paragraph 71 and consistently in your evidence that email from Brigadier Toko was the National Commissioner's office, or the National Commissioner himself, instructing you to implement, to implement, in fact, you say to communicate the deactivation, which is paragraph 1 of this email, so that you discharge. But then you then say to implement the deactivation. That's the second thing that you say the National Commission instructs to implement the activation of the PKTT. And then 3, to submit a closeout report by the 14th of January, right? And what I'm saying to you is, looking at this Brigadier Toko email, it does not give you instruction to implement the deactivation. It says only 2 things. It says communicate and submit a closeout report. The implementing part is not in that. It's not the basis on which you could have acted, because it's not part of that email from Brigadier Toko.
To start with, Chair, I believe that the moment I begin, let me put it this way. When the Minister wrote a letter to the National Commissioner to say, this is what I see, how I see it, and this is what I want done, the moment the National Commissioner implemented the National, forwarded to the next person lower, is the National Commissioner is beginning to act on the Minister's letter.
That's the way you see it.
That's the way I see it. That's now beginning to implement.
Yes.
That's the implementation now. Because if the National Commission was not in agreement, it was going to have to bounce back from that level back and say, can I engage? But now, in this case, the fact that now it had to now cascade further down, it means now we are now in an implementation stage.
Can we agree, I think it's easier, if we agree that SS9, which is also repeated in SS10, does not say to you, implement the deactivation. It doesn't say that when you read it. Okay. Just on the face of it, General, and it really should be easy for you to accept that.
what makes it difficult for me to accept is that a close-up report, the word close-up report, is a big word.
No, it may be a big word, General. You say three things. You know, you're distinguishing between, in your paragraph 71, you distinguish between a close-up report and implementation of the deactivation. So you understood it as you were drafting this 71, paragraph 71, that those two are different. So let's not now conflate them and try and make them to mean the same thing or implementation flows from a close-up report. You understand and you express it that way in paragraph 71, that he instructed you to do three things. You don't say 71, he said, communicate and prepare close-up report. And because he said prepare close-up report, I started implementing. That's not what you say. You say, he said implement. And so where he says he never gave me instructions to implement, he's being dishonest. That's what you've said consistently. And what I'm putting to you, or what I'm simply discussing with you, is you could not rely on SS9, and insofar as you're trying to rely on SS10, you can't for the instruction to implement, because they do not say to you implement. They say only two things: close-up report, communicate.
I think, Chair, at this point in time, and I beg for your indulgence on this one, Chair, in this sense, if myself I get this email and I give it to my legal team who assist me to craft the statement, who also understand it the same way and say, all right, in crafting and the word implement was used, to as far as I'm concerned, this is how I understood it to me. But if I was wrong, or maybe in the eyes of the chair or the commissioners, is two different words, I will accept it without being argumentative. But as far as I'm concerned, the intention was not to deviate from the National Commissioner's instruction, because to me, as far as I'm concerned, I thought it means the exactly the same thing. So I just want to say, Chair, that communicate the minister, the deactivation to the team and prepare a close-up report. Already we have crossed the line of, we are now implementing. That's what I thought. But if I'm wrong, commissioners, I will give up on this one.
So I just want to be clear, and it's not about what we prefer or the mistakes made by lawyers, if that's what you're suggesting. I'm looking at SS9, and all I need you to, or what I'm testing with you is, do you, and I expect you should accept, that SS9, on the face of it, does not contain an instruction, doesn't contain three instructions. It contains only two instructions, and it does not contain an instruction to implement the deactivation. Just on the face of it. You've read it into the record. You may have read in your head, interpreted it, and decided it does contain an instruction to implement. That's a conversation for another day, how you would have gotten there. But I'm simply now discussing with you that on the face of it, it doesn't tell you to implement the deactivation of the PKT. On the face of it.
Chair, if I was arguing with the person at my level, I was going to take fire, but at this point in time, I want to cut it short.
Earlier, General, I said your responses should not depend on who is engaging you. So please give the response that you want to give. I'm sorry for the interruption.
No, I'll check.
So please respond, General.
Chairperson, I don't want to really sound as if like I am, and I don't want to anger the commissioners as well. I want
No,
to do that.
General, no, please speak freely. You make our job easy when you speak freely because we need to get to the bottom of facts. You shouldn't not say things because you don't want to make me
if I took
angry.
it to my lawyer, she was going to say that's semantics.
Try it with me, maybe I'll say the same thing.
Yes. She was going to say to me, I mean, it's one thing. You implemented, you wanted to report was saying close, implement. And now the chair is holding me onto a word and say, this word doesn't mean this, but when you look at the ultimate goal, we are going to the same direction.
And maybe that word means, this word means that, whatever you mean with that. All I'm asking
I want to
you.
apologize, Chair, that I said that I hope it's not going to be used against me anyway as well.
No. All that we'll do is to assess the evidence. Yeah, short of
Thank
that,
you, Chair.
General.
General, all I am seeking from you is, do you accept on the face of SS9 that it doesn't contain an instruction to implement? It doesn't contain, maybe let me simplify it. Do you accept, and as I think you must, that on the face of SS9, there are no words that read, which is in your paragraph 71, there are no words that say implement the deactivation of the PKTT. I want to keep it simple. Do you accept that? On the face of it?
I accept it.
All right, thank you. In fact, when you tend to, still in that same bundle, if you go to page 211, this is a document that you gave us, and I think you said it's an affidavit, that it's SS14. I think you said it's the affidavit that the National Commissioner filed in your application in the High Court. Page 211, it starts at 210, SS14, you see that. There, the National, are you there, General?
I'm there at
211. There, the
SS14.
Yes, and then go to paragraph 8.5 of that document. There, the National Commissioner says, on 14 January, I had a discussion with the applicant, being you, and he presented a plan on how to close the task team in line with the minister's directive. You see that? So he says, on the 14th, he gave him a plan. I was, however, not satisfied with the proposed plan and informed the applicant that it would be irresponsible to summarily disband the task team and remove the case dockets from them, as it will have a detrimental effect on the investigation of the cases. That's what he tells the court. And then at 8.6, just for completeness, the National Commissioner says, the applicant informed me that the task team should be closed down similarly to the way the Scorpions, and explained how they were closed down, saying they were individually called into the office with their dockets. They signed for handing over, and management signed for receiving the dockets. He says that's your discussion. Thereafter, each officer received a new deployment. And then he says, I told him that it would be irresponsible, and advised him to consult with Major General Rabi on the 14th. That's what the National Commissioner said. So now we know how, and then he says, I called General Rabi to assist him with a phase-out plan. So we know how you get to speak to General Rabi according to General Masemola. And then he says that on the 15th, whilst I was consulting with Major General Sibula, applicant presented me with an amended plan directed now at the divisional commissioner, facilitating the immediate closure of the task team and handing over of the case dockets, and requested me to sign. The proposed plan once again negated my instruction that there must be a gradual wind down of the operation of the task team, and I was prepared to sign the document. That's what the National Commissioner says happened, that you've presented one plan on the 14th, which was an issue that, again, I found quite confusing from your statement, because in your statement, you don't tell us that you presented a plan on the 14th, which the National Commissioner rejected, and then you went and presented another one on the 15th. You don't tell us that. But that's what he says. You had two plans. The second one, again, he rejected it because you wanted an immediate disbandment. And then, just for completeness, in the next paragraph of that document, it then says he then went to General Kumalo and asked him to prepare a plan. And that's the plan, the 6 March document that we discussed, and the later plan. That's a General Kumalo document. All it comes down to, and this is what I want to put to you, all it comes down to is you did not have any instruction from the National Commissioner to implement a disbandment, a deactivation plan. He didn't give you that instruction on the 3rd of January. On the 14th, he rejected your plan, which you don't tell us that in your statement. You don't say that he rejected. I gave him my plan and he rejected it, saying he doesn't like immediate disbandment. On the 15th, he rejected your plan, and this is documents that you have provided, by the way, the affidavit, to prove that the General Masemula has said these things on record. On the 15th, he rejected your plan. But on the 7th, and you don't tell us that, on the 17th, you then issue this much debated letter, which is SS13. You issue it on the 17th. And in your evidence, you issue it on the strength of Brigadier Letoko's email.
Forgive me, Chair.
Yes.
Forgive me, Chair. When Commissioner Baloi referred me to a paragraph, and I read the paragraph, in my mindset, I begin to formulate the response. And as I formulate the response, she goes on to the next one, and she goes to the next one, and to the next one. I'm struggling to follow on her, because if she goes too deep, and I'm lagging behind in terms of formulating how I want to respond, it gives me a problem in the sense that I end up not now knowing how to craft my response. So I just wanted to say, I was on the 14th of January 2025, the one that was with the National Commissioner. I had a discussion with the applicant and he presented a plan. It is page 211. Now, what I wanted us to first agree, Commissioner, is that the same plan that the National Commissioner says he rejected comes from the National Commissioner's office. Because General Rabi is in the National Commissioner's office. Even if I signed, I know we debated the point yesterday that it is now your plan. But the National Commissioner doesn't deny that he asked General Rabi to assist me. And if it comes to General Rabi, going to the National Commissioner, through General Sebola to me. Now, I just want us to settle this one, that the same plan that the National Commissioner said he rejected, it is still his own plan, because it comes from his office.
I thought we settled that yesterday when you were discussing with Ms. Hassim and the chairperson, where you accepted that this is your plan, SS13. I thought we settled that. It's not a national code. It took a long while to get you to accept that it is your plan. You may have been assisted by General Rabi, but it is your plan. I thought that was settled.
Just to get something so that I don't do this mistake again and come back to it again. Now, even though this plan comes from the National Commissioner's office, that prepared by General Rabi, I own it, I agree. The fact that the National Commissioner's office is the one that crafted it, is it being thrown completely out of the window and forgotten about it. It is my document, as I'm the one who signed it. Since the National Commissioner said, let General Sibia sign it. So is it completely now thrown out, completely and forgotten, even though he's the one who said, General Rabi, asked General Sibia to prepare this document. And he prepared this document that he says he rejected. Now, this is the document that comes from the office of the National Commissioner that this says he rejected. I agree it was labored for a long time yesterday, but I just want to make sure that now I should not ever again say, all right, I am the one who signed it, I own the document, because I should have, because the National Commissioner didn't to me say, no, I don't like it. So I'm just worried that the fact that the National Commissioner has had a contribution in the crafting of this document through General Rabi is not being taken into account.
General, all I'm checking with you, and let me do this. Do you disagree with the National Commissioner where he says he had a discussion with you on the 14th of January where you presented a plan, and he said to you, go and prepare a different plan. He didn't accept the plan that you gave him on the 14th. Do you disagree with that?
I disagree.
Okay. What do you say happened?
What happened is that he said, let General Sibia sign it because it's addressed to it's operational and that it's addressed to the Divisional Commissioner. That is why, you see now on the 16th.
No. You're now at the 15th. I'm still at the 14th. Remember, 8.5 is the 14th of January. That paragraph we're looking at in his affidavit, that's where you went. You stopped. Remember, you stopped me, and then you said, I want to respond to the 14th of January. So I'm asking you, with everything that you've said now about this comes from the office of the National Commissioner, and therefore it's the National Commissioners. I'm asking you, just so that there's clarity, what your evidence is. 8.5 says, on the 14th, I had a discussion with the applicant. He presented a plan/letter on how to close the task team in line with the minister's directive. Do you disagree that happened? That's just what I've read. Just look at it, General 8.5. Do you disagree? That first sentence, do you disagree what the National Commissioner describes there happened between the two of you?
I totally disagree,
Yes.
Even this example of the scorpions.
No, don't go to scorpions yet, General. We'll finish quicker if you go with me step by step. I'm doing it step by step so that we don't misunderstand each other.
Okay.
Don't misunderstand your answers, but also that we finish quicker. 8.5, I've read for you the first sentence, because I'm trying to understand what you disagree with in the paragraph, right? So 8.5, I've read the first sentence, which is, on 14 January 2025, I had a discussion with the applicant, being you. The applicant is General Sibia, and he presented a plan letter on how to close the task team in line with the minister's directive. My question is that correct, what he's saying? Is that what happened? You presented a plan on the 14th of January 2025.
That's correct.
Okay, great. And then he says, I was, however, not satisfied with the proposed plan and informed the applicant that it would be irresponsible to simply disband the task team and remove the case dockets from them, as it will have a detrimental effect on the investigation of the cases. Do you disagree with what he's saying there?
I disagree with this. One.
Okay. What happened? What do you say happened?
The National Commission never raised any such concern that you can't just close the team summary like that.
Okay.
So it never happened.
What happened, in fact?
What happened is that, okay, no, I understand. I think you can sign it. It is operational.
Okay. All right. Then on 8.7, look at 8.7, the 15th of January, whilst I was consulting with Major General Sibula, the applicant presented me with an amended plan directed at General Malo, facilitating the immediate closure of the task team and handing over the case dockets, and requested me to sign the instructions. Did that happen? What is describing there? Did you submit an amended plan to him? We know that you did see him when he was with Brigadier Sibula on the 15th, because you've said so much. Did you present him with an amended plan on the 15th?
No.
What happened on the 15th?
What happened is that because this was not between the Office of the National Commissioner and General Rabi, and even when you look at the correspondence, General Rabi had to fix certain things that the National Commissioner wanted fixed. And as a result, when General Rabi was done, he had to send the document again to General Sibula.
I thought you saw the National Commissioner on the 15th when he was with General Sibula.
Yes.
That was your evidence.
Yes.
So why are you talking about Brigadier General Rabi when I'm asking you is on the 15th? Did you meet with the National Commissioner when he was with Major General Sibula, as he described there?
I understand.
Yes.
Now I understand.
You
Yes,
did.
I did meet with the National Commissioner.
And you presented him with an amended plan, because that's what he says.
Yes, we presented with the plan.
Amended plan.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you. That's what I wanted to establish. Now, let me go back to what I was doing when you said I'm moving too fast. And you're not getting the chance to answer. All I was doing was presenting to you what it looks like happened, and in the end I would have given you the chance to comment. But please do stop me if you think I'm overloading you with information. So here's what it looks like happened. On the 3rd of January, Brigadier Litoko forwarded you the deactivation letter, and that instruction that you're supposed to communicate. That's what the document says, in fact, to communicate and then have a close-up report by the 14th for the National Commissioner to sign off. That's the first thing that happened. You then have this engagement with the National Commissioner on the 14th. That's the second thing that happened. You communicate to General Khumalo. Let me not skip a step. On the 7th, your office forwards Brigadier Litoko's communication to General Khumalo and others. That's the second thing that happens. The third thing that happens is on the 14th of January, the National Commissioner comes back from leave. You then present a plan to him, which provides for the immediate disbandment of the PKTT. That's the third thing that happens. And again, keep in mind, I'm saying I'm drawing what the picture looks like to me. And then on the 15th, and the National Commissioner on the 14th is not happy with your plan. And then he says to you, I don't like this plan. I want you to prepare an amended plan with the assistance of General Rabi. That's the 14th. On the 15th, you present an amended plan, which you've just submitted. When the National Commissioner is with General Sibula, you present him with an amended plan, now directed at General Khumalo. The National Commissioner refuses to sign it on the 15th. On the 17th, you then send SS-13 to General Khumalo, signed by you. You now send SS-13, and SS-13 now gives instructions what is to be done, and it and it directs the immediate disbandment. You follow up that with the letter in February and further letter in April. And your evidence has been that all of that you did on the strength of SS9, which is Brigadier Letoko's email to you of the 3rd of January. That's what your evidence has been. And what I'm putting to you, or proposing to you, is the implementation that you carry on now from the 17th of January and all the follow-ups that you were doing were, in fact, of your own decision and initiative. It did not flow from any instruction of the National Commissioner because SS9 doesn't contain any instruction to implement. Now you can comment.
What happened is that the National Commissioner, after I received this thing from Brigadier Tuku, this email from Brigadier Tuku, I did speak to the National Commissioner telephonically, and he said to me, just make sure that you prepare that report because the minister wants it by the 20th, but at least let me get it by the 14th when on my return to work. And I said, no, it will be ready. And then I've also approached General Rabi as advice, and then he said, okay, I'll also give him a call, which he did, give him a call. Now, I want to say that whatever that I implemented, it was just based on a common understanding that we are acting on this directive by the minister. At that point in time, no one ever expected that this could lead to this mountainous problem that we are now dealing with, because it was just all in the performance of our duties at that point in time. And I believe you, me, commissioners, the National Commissioner of the South African Police Service, what he says is final. There's no way I'll argue with the National Commissioner at any given moment. In his office, in his absence, telephonically, or what, because once he may ask you to say, can you please, but it's an instruction. So all I'm saying is that whatever that he says, I will not deviate from the National Commissioner said.
Except that, I think what is important in what you have said, General, is you say, everything that I did, I acted on the common understanding that we are giving effect, we are ordering effect to the minister's decision. That I can accept. That's how you acted. If indeed that's how you acted. What I was taking issue with and debating with you is it's a misrepresentation to say Brigadier Letoko's email contained an instruction from the National Commissioner to implement the deactivation. That's the issue that I was taking with you. And I take it because in that document, nowhere does it say that. So we are back to you saying things that are not reflected in the document. That's really what my debate is with you. If you say I acted because I was just doing my job, the minister has given an instruction, and I thought we are all on the same team. We all want to implement immediately and deactivate. That's why I went ahead and gave instructions. That's your story. That's your explanation of your behavior. What you cannot do is, for that behavior, you cannot rely on SS9 and then use it to say the National Commissioner is being dishonest when he says he did not give me instructions to implement immediately, because that's what you're doing. And it's problematic for that reason, that he did not say that to you, not on SS9, maybe on the phone. If you want to say on the phone, that's what he told me, or in an email, that's what he told me, then we'll say to you, fine, let's see the email. But if you're relying on SS9, which is what you've been doing since you sat on the stand, and in your statement, if you're relying on SS9, no, SS9 does not give you that instruction. You drew it from somewhere else, not from SS9.
May I comment?
Yes, you may.
This words that says the National Commissioner is not being honest when he says that. If many will remember, after the 6th of July press briefing by General Mkonazi, at some point the National Commissioner was asked by the media, were you aware that it's going to make such so he said, yes, he told me. And did you give such order that this team be disbanded? He said, I never gave anyone any instruction. And then based on that, from my side, knowing that I have an email that directed me, that is how I approach it, to say, but the National Commission is not being honest here, because
The email, if you have another email, point us to it. Let's stop doing this, this secular discussion. If you have another email, by all means, introduce it. SS9, and now I'm putting it to you. SS9 does not instruct you to implement the deactivation. It doesn't. If that instruction was ever given by the National Commission, it's contained somewhere else. And you're free to refer us to that. But we can't keep doing this where you're insisting that the National Commissioner told me to implement the deactivation and he did that in SS9. It doesn't. And it's problematic that you insist that SS9 contains such an instruction. It doesn't. On any instruction, it doesn't.
just a comment for me on this one, if I'm allowed, Chair.
Yes, you may comment.
If there was this letter from the minister, then there is the email that comes from the National Commissioner's office, and there is a presentation in Parliament that speaks about the fact that the minister has issued the instruction to the directive to the National Commissioner, and there's been several meetings and consultative meetings held, and that we are now implementing, and this is how it's going to happen. As far as I'm concerned, there has been an agreement on the way that this is emanating from that letter, go to the directive by the National Commissioner, go to even up to Parliament and saying, and coming up with an implementation plan. To me, it's excluded, but if it's rejected by the commissioners, I will accept it as well.
The National Commissioner implements with General Kumalo. We know that. He goes to General Kumalo and says, prepare plan for it. So he is doing something arising from that letter from the minister. You do your own thing. And what you do is not based on anything that the National Commissioner asks you to do. He asks you to communicate, which you do. You communicate. 2, he says, prepare an activation plan, which you do. You present it to him on the 14th. But you do a third thing. You implement immediately. You give instructions to implement and deactivate. That is not contained anywhere in writing that we have seen. It's not in SS9, and if you're relying, so far you've relied on your SS9. So, and if that's the only thing you're relying on, what I'm putting to you is SS9 doesn't give you the instructions, so you acted without instruction, because that's what you're relying on. It follows. You acted without instruction, and that's what it is, General. You can comment lastly if whatever the chair allows you to do, but I don't think there's any point in doing this, because we're going around cycle. You insist that you acted on the basis of SS9, and I guess we'll evaluate it for what it is. But that is your evidence. I guess we have to accept your evidence is you acted on SS9.
Feel free to comment, General.
I feel oppressed, Chair.
No, feel free to comment.
I feel oppressed in the sense that this is an official process. It's not a private process, it's an official process. Coming from the minister to the National Commissioner, to me, we're all in it. Now, when the National Commissioner chose to do something with General Kumalo, which he never alerted me to, he never said to me, did it, I'll do it, and then went and did it somewhere with General Kumalo, when I don't know. And I kept on communicating and doing things, hoping that I'm doing that, what the National Commissioner also expects me to do. And then in the meantime, later, it transpired, no, he was doing his own thing. But what pains me the most is the fact that even the same letter that I know is going around inside, but even the same letter, this letter, comes from the National Commissioner's office. Now, although I own it because I had to sign it, it just kills me to see how the commissioners are rejecting it, that it comes from the National Commissioner's office. It was prepared from the National Commissioner's office. Even though I signed it, I accept that. But that is it, I accept, and I don't want to really make the commissioners angry. I accept at this point, and whatever direction it takes, I'll accept it.
Thank you, General. Thank you.
Shouldn't we perhaps take the adjournment at this stage? Were you moving on to a new point, Mr. Singh?
I had one last thing to round up
All right,
on
no,
this
no, no,
and then
that's-
move on to, so,
That's in,
I mean, Madam Chair.
that's in order. That's in order. Please proceed.
It's just one, let's say 3 questions that I'd forgotten at the end of my last round of questioning, and it's this. It's about the implementation.
And we all know that 3 end up being 50.
I'm happy to do it after lunch, Chair.
All right, let's adjourn and resume at 2 p.m. Thank you.
I won't say what shift this is called, but we know the shift. It's Friday afternoon. All right, we are ready to resume. Please make sure your phones are off. Thank you.
Thanks, Chair. All right. Okay. You ready, General?
I'm ready, Chair.
I just wanted to, on the issue of the implementation and the instructions that we've already discussed, the various instructions that you had issued. You recall you issued the instructions and you required immediate action. You said it's for immediate compliance. Do you recall that?
That is correct, Chair.
And you also said that what you anticipated was that the dockets would be, at some point, transferred to the murder and robbery unit, to investigate in that unit to take over. Is that right?
That's what was supposed to happen.
And at any point, before issuing that instruction that should happen, well, first of all, we've not seen that instruction. Let me just be clear. You say that's what you expected, but we don't actually see an instruction from you that it should go to murder and robbery, right?
I think it is contained in the letter. I need to just remind myself.
We don't need to detain ourselves on that. Let's say that was your expectation. Did you satisfy yourself that there was capacity within the murder and robbery unit to absorb these dockets?
Yes, I know that the East Murder and Robbery Unit, the KZN.
All you know is that there is a murder and robbery unit in KZN. That in your view, had the capacity to absorb these dockets?
Very much so.
You satisfied yourself as to that?
Yes.
So why then, in July 2025, did you have to make a request for funding for a new team to be established to handle dockets? Why didn't you, at that point, send it to the murder and robbery unit that you say had the capacity to handle it?
Chair, we discussed this point. I did mention that because of the fact that the national commissioner, the provincial commissioner rejected the docket, we had to come up with a plan. And in coming up with a plan, we could not just call people and say, go to Durban to go and conduct investigations. We needed to put a budget together because people must be audited, because they'll be coming on from outside KZN. They don't even know KZN, so you also need protection. Because if the provincial commissioner said, I don't want them in the province, and the national commissioner allowed him to say that. Now, from head office, we had to make sure that there's continuity. And in so doing, we had to put a budget together.
So you had to constitute a new task team to deal with dockets?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. That was my question on the dockets. As far as implementation goes.
General, before all that, why did you not wait until the detectives that were already part of the PKTT were assigned to the murder and robbery unit in KZN? Because if I understood you correctly, you said because they were already in KZN, the detectives who are members of the PKTT, they could continue with the investigations, but they could do so now being part of the murder and robbery unit. Isn't a sensible thing to do before you remove dockets and you reallocate them, is to actually reallocate the detectives, so that once you know that there are detectives in place in KZN who are able to continue with the investigations, they are no longer part of PKTT, they are now part of the murder and robbery unit. Only then to you withdraw documents and assign. Isn't that a sensible thing to do?
Chair, may you allow me to respond it in this way? If we all agree, let's take for a moment that we are all in agreement and this is what we want to do. We are not in defiance. We want to implement this decision of the minister. And then I wrote that letter that says, by this time it must happen, or it must have happened. All what will happen is that even because we are all systems go, we all agree. And then from there, what will happen is that General Kumar will do a handing over. General Kumar will say, okay, Madam Commander and Deputy, let us have a meeting. They will have a meeting and say, now that the decision has been taken to disband that side, now all this document will come to there to Madam Unit. Branch Commander, here are your documents now signed over and over. Then all the investigators, the resources get also attended to. Let's say the decision that was to be taken was that, okay, in any event, they are all working cases. Let's take them all and make them part of the Madlanga unit. The works still continue as normal. But if that is not the case, others will need to go back to Limpopo, wherever they come from. We're still strengthening the other Madlanga unit in this respect. But the fact that the docket could be handed over to the branch commander or to the deputy provincial commissioner to sign for, it really doesn't change or make impact that much, because let's say you die today, let's say investigating having 400 cases, we still have to take your cases and redistribute them or take them and make a plan on those dockets. I'm just giving you a clear example of a member who died now, and in so many cases. Those dockets, they are not left somewhere, they just dealt with the normal way. So even the PKT's approach, when it is banned, it's not like there's any commission of crime in the manner in which it has been done, or any irregularity, or any something that was not supposed that is happening, that is constituting a breach of some sort of law or standing order. It was all in the name of work processes. If there was an error of judgment, maybe perhaps I will accept it, commissioners. Well, the commissioners will say, yeah, but you agree that there was a disturbance in terms of attendance of those dockets, and then what did you do is some of the things may be an error of judgment, but no malice intent or was intended. It was all in the interest of work and making sure that this process does not take too long. Thank you, Chair.
After that long explanation, do you accept that the proper thing to do is to first plan for what's going to happen with the dockets, and then you remove and reallocate dockets? Because you cannot reallocate them to non-existent detectives. When you reallocate them, you must know that there are detectives there who are qualified to take over the investigations. Do you accept that the planning must happen before the removal of dockets? Simple.
I do accept, Commissioner, and also the fact that this document, that the one that I signed, makes provision for that they must then go to the transfer to another.
General Lesser, you accepted that your document was rejected by General Masemola. He went with Kumalo's men. So it doesn't help to keep back to a document that was rejected. It was not accepted. You were at the parliamentary briefing, you were at the 6 March briefing. You know that it was not your document that was presented. It was something else. You know that. Thank you, Mr. Hassan.
Thank you. Sorry, General, did you want to respond?
Chair, what I know is that what was presented to Parliament, is that what was saying we are disbanding? That what was presented in Parliament, is that what was saying we are disbanding? That's what I know. And there was no objection from any direction.
But General, the big difference between what was presented and what you did was how you are going to go about it. Your document is immediate disbandment. As we discussed it, you immediately said things now fall under General Sintumule, and you gave all of those instructions of things that should happen, and you continued to do that in subsequent correspondence, when in fact the National Commissioner's position was we're going to do this gradually. So you're right to say there was no, in Parliament, there was no disagreement with the disbandment, at least what was presented in Parliament. It was about how it is done, and we're having this big debate with you. A suggestion had been made about your motives, why you approached it in a certain way. It's this big difference that you are going for immediate disbandment when the commissioner wanted a gradual winding up. And so you were implementing, the two of you were implementing different strategies.
No, Chair. At some point, I began to, especially after Parliament, I began to realize, because I was there, that, okay, this is how it's going to be undertaken. And then I fell into the same line of thinking. The only difference came now when the dockets now were at head office. Then I said, all right, now that the dockets are at head office, let this docket then be transferred immediately. Let this process take place. Maybe I must accept that for me then to have said also, let them also, the members reporting back to their respective environment, maybe I must accept that it could have been an error of judgment there. And I'm taking that part responsibility.
That's not the only difference. It's not about when the dockets had now arrived. We went through the different letters and the presentation in Parliament, which is a gradual way of doing things. This is the General Kumalo presentation, and you say you were present. You still went and issued a letter in April that contradicted something that was in that plan. And that's something, there was an endless discussion with Ms. Hassan this morning about it, where the plan was the court-going dockets should remain, should not be part of what is handed over. They should remain with whoever the investigators, I think it is. And you gave a contrary instruction in April. So there was, you did fundamentally differ with what was done or what was preferred by General Assembly.
Yes, Commissioners, I do hear and understand. But for the court docket, when we talk about court docket, we're talking about the investigation that has been concluded. The court docket. Now, those ones, it's not the reason why you should still keep the task team still alive, because these are dockets that have been investigated. Even if the person...
Let me stop you. Don't misunderstand me. I'm not saying that's why the task team should have continued. I was just dealing with you saying the only difference was about the dockets. But the dockets were brought up to General Sintumule, and as soon as you found out, you ordered they should go back. And I was just correcting that. No, there was another point of difference between what you were doing and what the National Commissioner and General Kumalo were proposing and approved by the Minister to be done. One example is this issue about the court enrolled dockets. I think that's what it is called. You said even those must be given to General Sintumule, when in fact the plan that ultimately in the 6th March meeting the Minister says I was okay with it, said those should remain with the investigators. So that's another point of difference between your plan and what you were doing and General Assembly / General Kumalo's plan and what they were proposing. That's what I was pointing out. You can comment, General, if you want to.
We were... I want to comment on the one. We were on transition or transitional period, where we say task teams must be disestablished and we must capacitate the units that are established and for the murder and robbery unit to function. At some point, we need to bite the bullet and make sure that we capacitate once and for all murder and robbery unit to be effective. And that is, from my angle, I was moving from the person who's managing the performance of the detectives. From my angle, I'm just trying to ask the Commission not to limit the performance of my responsibilities to the mistakes that might have happened or taken place only because of the portion of the KTT. But in my case, incapacitating the murder and robbery unit, we need to make sure that we need all the capacities that we have, all experience that we have in those structures.
so that we have a capable state.
Thank you, General. Thank you.
Thanks. Can we move to another topic? And this is just to address something that you have raised on multiple occasions, and that is that when an inspection was done of the dockets that were brought up to head office, what was found was, in fact, they had been gathering dust with the PKTT. There had not been investigations for many years of those dockets. Am I summarizing what you said correctly?
Correct.
Because you did not mean 100% of the dockets.
Yes,
Yes.
Chair, I'm referring to the one
Yes,
docket.
yes.
And even
But what I'm saying is you did not mean 100% of the 121. You referred to examples 20, I think 17, 18, 19, 20, and so on, but not 100% of those dockets. Yes, Mr. Sim.
Thank you, Chair. Are you aware that only 92 of the dockets were audited? 92 of the 121. Are you aware of that?
I cannot agree with it, Chair. And why I say I cannot agree with it, I'm basing on what I have, the document. Personally, I have never seen even a single docket. So if the question is how can you not agree when you have never seen a docket, I will accept. But with the list that we have here, and where I am told that this is the list of the docket that we inspected. If this is the list of the docket that we inspected, I'll take that these are the dockets that were inspected. And instead, maybe rather, if the chair could say, can the General Municipal come and bring all those dockets here so that we see what they made entries in those dockets.
We've already gone.
Sorry, Mr. Sim. I just need clarity on one thing, just to make sure that you're not talking past each other. General, is there a difference between auditing dockets and inspecting dockets? Do you know?
Yes, there is a vast difference. There's a difference in auditing and inspecting.
What's the difference?
The difference when you inspect the docket is when you inspect the docket, but when you audit.
No, you can't define a term by using the same term, General. You can't say when you inspect the docket, you inspect the docket.
When you inspect the docket, the choice when you take a docket and then you look into compliance, you look into, you have many, because there's a, in terms of the national instructions, inspection, the management of case docket. And how you manage a docket, and then so when you inspect the docket, you check that this docket is being run or managed in terms of the national instructions. In other words, when the docket is opened, was it put forward for 24-hour inspection? In other words, when a docket gets opened today, the very next morning it must be before the commander, who must read it and then give instructions and give a brought forward date and say, read this docket again on this date, I want to see it. And then you keep on giving instructions and directions as well. So this is now a docket inspection. Now when you do auditing, is when you look at the number of dockets that are there, that you have, the number of dockets that have been closed, the number of dockets that are in court, the number of dockets that have been closed as uncharted. It's a whole lot of them that you can say, this is docket, you audit now, the numbers and a lot of things. It may include compliance. According to the standard of maybe the auditor general also to audit in terms of their work.
Oh, when you referred to the process that was engaged in, which yielded results that X number of dockets were last investigated on these dates, was that an inspection or an audit? There's a process in terms of which you became aware that some dockets were last been investigated in 2017, 18, and so on. Was that an inspection or an audit?
It was both. Both in terms of the number of dockets And when you look at, let's say, your C5 document, your investigation diary, you look at the number of statements that were obtained, and you count the statements, and then you see according to Alex as listed there. Now you know that, okay, in this document, you receive 20 statements, and they're all accounted for one side.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, just because I think the general had been using inspect, and you used audit. So I just wanted to make sure that you are talking about the same thing. Now you've heard his explanation, you may proceed with your questions.
Maybe before that, Mrs. I don't know if it might not help the discussion you want to have. Paragraph 28 of General Mtsipe's statement. Maybe you want to look at that.
Thank you, Commissioner. So what General Mtsipe refers to is an audit,
Which is exactly the term you use.
which is the term I use because she was in charge of that process. And she says that she conducted an audit of the 121 dockets, and then she says who the team was made up of. She said she was not directly involved in the audit exercise, but she did a few spot checks of the dockets. Okay? Now, it's that audit that I'm referring to. That of the 121, in fact, when we looked at it, only 92 were audited. Did you find something different? Did you look at each of them?
I indicated earlier that I've never seen a single document or docket. However, whether it was 92 or it was 121, still the same thing in terms of the process. That's what I'm looking at.
All I'm saying to you is that 92 dockets were audited.
Still fine.
Sorry?
It's still okay.
It's okay, all right. And of those 92, 46 were related to the traditional leader killings. Are you aware of that?
Chair, I will be shooting from my head. Unless I'm to be assisted to agree with it, but I don't think there's anything I want to really deny or in this regard.
I'll help you with it. I don't want you to agree to something if you're not comfortable agreeing. So let's just go to the record so you can see it. It's in file 6. It's actually from the reports that are being prepared for the minister. So if you just go to file 6, page 371. 6. I think it's file 6.
On the same breath, may I make a request? That on the same breath, I'm going to also look into how many were non-political related, and how many were drugs, and how many were political killings.
Well, yeah, it's very clear from all the presentations that have been made to you and the minister in these reports.
Page?
371.
I've got it, Chair.
Okay, so you'll see traditional leadership-related cases at the top of the page, and it says 51 in total. Do you see that?
Yeah, traditional leadership-related cases, 51, yes, I see.
Okay, but it's broken down further in that table below heading. And the number that concerns us is the one under blue, because those were the ones that were under investigation and had been transferred. It's 44 plus 1 plus 1, so 46. Do you see that?
I see.
Okay. So 46 of the 92 that were audited were traditional leadership killing cases. Now, the importance of that is that the mandate of the political case task team was extended to include the traditional leadership-related cases from 1st April 2024. And just for the sake of the record, you'll find that extension in the same file 6 at page 609.
Can I comment?
Sorry, did you say you want to comment?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Can I?
Yes, General, yes.
At the same time, I like this example that you're giving me, program evidence leader. You are saying to me, all the cases, traditional related cases, is 51. And then we are saying murder is 44, one attempted murder, kidnapping 1. Now we're saying pending DP's decision is only 2, court-going cases only 3, out of 51. And we're saying this is good work. So I just wanted to point that.
I'm sorry, if you finish, then you'll understand why what you're saying now is actually absolutely incorrect. And it's gratuitous because you are intent on attacking the work of the STARS team, or else you wouldn't make that comment. So let me finish. 46 of the 92 dockets that were audited were traditional leadership-related cases, okay? I was taking you to the mandate. You find that on page 609, okay?
Page 6.
610. 609.
That's read 609, bottom of the
At the
page.
bottom of the page, yeah?
Somebody was saying.
Thanks. I'm on it, Chair.
So you'll see the first bullet
criticism, comment, whatever you want to call it, that in fact they did no work on this. You're criticizing them that they did no work after they got the dockets in April. Do you still persist in that position?
I still persist they did no work in those cases.
From April?
From I don't know since when they've been having those dockets.
He tells us that they were given the docket. They got the mandate in April and they got 50 dockets in April. So let's keep those facts constant, right? That the mandate was in April. They got the dockets, 50 dockets. Let's go with what he says. That's how I'm formulating the question. Knowing that, or even for purposes of this discussion, accepting that, let's assume that he's correct, that they got 50 dockets in 2024, not before that, in 2024. Are you saying you still persist in your criticism that from 2024, when they got the dockets, to the day that the dockets were removed from them, they had not done any meaningful work? And so they're open to criticism.
Once again, Chair. I want to put something on the table. It looks like everything that comes with General Kumalo or General Master it's a gospel truth and it's accepted and it's the truth. And anything that comes that negates that and that refuses or does not agree is a claim. Or why do you say this? To me, it's a problem in a sense that what General Kumalo says and what we say. Now, for the chair to make a good determination, we need other witnesses or other dockets or evidence in front of us.
Let me stop you. What from my question makes you say that? What in the way that I formulated my question makes you say that I've taken what General Kumalo as gospel truth and what you're saying is question? And I'm asking not to be argumentative because I really am interested in an answer to my original question. So I want to clarify to the extent that you tell me what it is in my question makes you say I take it as gospel truth. I want to clarify myself so that you understand that's not what I'm doing.
In responding to the commissioner's question, I want to start from where the evidence leader is saying, reading from Colonel Kumalo's statement.
Yeah,
and
no,
say
no,
this is what you
General.
said.
No, I have to stop you. Please forget what the evidence leader has said. All she has read, she's read what she says is contained in a statement of general command. I formed my question this way. I said, assume for purposes of our discussion. Let's assume that is true. That's not at least from where I sit, it's not an indication that I accept the truthfulness of that statement. That's why I said, let's assume for purposes of our discussion that he is correct when he says they only got 50 dockets in April. Would on that assumption, assuming that to be correct, and maybe it's not correct, that's what an assumption means. When I say assume, the converse of it is, I'm not taking it as truth. Assume that what it tells us is correct, or is the case. They got 50 dockets in April, mandate extended in April, therefore the budget allocation happens sometimes after you have approved an extension of allocation of budget. Do you still say that from that period when they got the dockets and got the mandate, and when the dockets were audited, do you still say, well, too much time passed in that window? Too much time passed. They should have been more, and so they're useless. Do you still say that?
That's what I'm saying, Madam Chair.
Okay. I had asked you, what is it in my question that made you say that, or think that I am accepting his statement as the gospel truth? Are you able to answer that, even after I've said to you, let's assume?
It's when the chair says to me, when the commissioner says to me, it appeared as though the commissioner believed in what the was saying, that says we only received or started this mandate in 2024. And when I look at their existence over a period of time, there are many investigations that...
I think you answered me. Remember, you tend to go, you tend to answer things that are not flowing from the question that's been asked. I think the last question I asked you was, what is it in what I have said that made you believe that I've taken his statement as gospel truth? That was my question. And I think you say, you repeat from what I've said. That's what the answer is. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Roy. My question about whether there had been any discussion with the members and the investigators in the team is because there is an explanation that's provided for those dockets where it appears that there's been no movement with reference to the C-clip, or where there genuinely has been no movement in a case, and there are explanations for it. And I just want to tell you what these explanations are. For this purpose, we go back to Colonel Kamala's statement. And I'm not going to read through in detail. I just want to highlight the few points because this question was obviously, or this issue, this accusation was obviously something that they took seriously and provided a statement in which they analyzed the dockets. And there are a few things that he said. The first is that the dockets that are handed over to the PKTT are particularly complex due to the nature of the cases, which are often linked to political assassinations where the true orchestrators of the hits remain concealed. So the first thing he says is, bear in mind that what we are being given are complex matters. That's why the task team was...
Okay, Tazim, where are you reading from?
Colonel Kumar's statement, it's at...
You said general, that's why.
Sorry, I thought that's a colonel. Sorry, it's page 265. File 4. It's paragraph 4. Second, he says at paragraph 5. Do you have it, General?
Paragraph?
5.
Not yet. Which file?
It's also projected on the screen if that's of any.
6. I've got it.
Okay. paragraph 5, he says it's important to note that dockets are sometimes transferred to the PKTT after they have already been opened at their station of origin. In many instances, these cases only reach the task team when the originating police station has failed to detect meaningful leads or progress in the investigation. This means that PKTT inherits dockets that have already encountered significant investigative challenges. In paragraph 6, he says, additionally, it should be noted that the cases assigned to the sometimes cases assigned to the PKTT are quite old, which makes the process of trying to find new leads even harder. And then a little bit further down in the same paragraph, he says, in these cases, we do not close the case because it is undetected. Instead, we pinpoint distinguishing features of the murder, like weapon use, vehicle used, modus of the perpetrators. Once we see these features in another crime, we investigate the old and new docket together, what they describe elsewhere as the signatures. And then finally, if you go to paragraph 28 of the statement.
Can I,
Finally, when you go to paragraph 28.
can I comment before we get there?
Let me just finish his reasons and then you can comment.
Perhaps let him comment, Mr. Hassan.
Yeah, because I'm not writing, Chair. And I lose the trail of thought. I now comment on this, and if you go along something else that I also want to comment on. So please allow